We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. I'm Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. On page 3, case number 29337 is continued to June. Case number 29338 is continued to June. Page 4, case number 29344 is continued to June. Page 5, case number 29345 is continued to June. Case number 29346 is continued to June. On page 6, case number 29046 is continued to June. Case number 29230 is continued to June. Case number 29289 is continued to June. Case number 29073 is dismissed. On page 7, case number 29290 is continued indefinitely. On page 8, case number 29350 is dismissed. On page 9, case number 29357 is dismissed. On page 10, case number 29359 is continued to June. And case number 29309 is continued to June. The administrative docket starts on page 7 with case number 29349 and goes through case number 29309. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there's opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with case number 29038 in the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider the confiscation under North Dakota Century Code sections 380804 and 3808.4.9 of all production and or injection related equipment and saleable oil at certain abandoned wells, all located in Bottineau, Burke, and Renville counties, North Dakota, operated by 31 Operating LLC or any working interest owner. A complete list of the above wells included in this motion can be viewed on the Commission's website located at dmr.nd.gov/oilgas/docketindex.asp. And we will also be hearing at the same time case number 29331 in the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider the confiscation under North Dakota Century Code sections 380804 and 380804.9 of all pipelines and related equipment, saleable oil at the produced water underground gathering pipeline systems which transport water from the Anderson CTB located in the southeast quarter of section 25, township 162 north, range 82 west, hedges 3 and 4 CTB located in the southeast quarter of the southwest quarter of section 30, township 162 north, range 81 west, Steinhaus CTB located in the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter of section 30, township 162 north, range 81 west, Evanston CTB located in the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of section 31, township 162 north, range 81 west, and the Estern Steinhaus 1 located in southwest quarter of the southwest quarter of section 29, township 162 north, range 81 west, to the Evanston 2 located in southeast quarter of the northwest quarter of section 31, township 162 north, range 81 west, that produce water underground gathering pipeline systems which transports water from George Adams CTB located in the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of section 6, township 160 north, range 82 west, to the Dale G. Leathers 31-6 located in the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of section 6, township 160 north, range 82 west, and the produced water underground gathering pipeline systems which transports water from the Erickson CTB located in the southwest quarter of the southeast quarter of section 30, township 162 north, range 82 west, to the Kramer 1 saltwater disposal located in southeast quarter of northwest quarter of section 8, township 161 north, range 82 west, all in Bottineau County, North Dakota. Would all interested parties please come forward? Please make sure, yeah. You got it.
Thank you. My name is Gene Glessing, and would like to know what's going on. I'm part of this 31 operating. I have 2 quarters of land with four assets on it. And my personal deal is I was looking into it under the amendment laws. I want these assets so I can sell them off for the money that they owe me. I was never paid for properly for the oil that they did extract. But I have no clue what's going on. You call people, nobody knows what's going on. So I'm down here just to find out exactly what's going on, because I don't want the state to confiscate these things and close the well and give the stuff away like they've been doing. Some other wells have been closed there. The contractor gets the scrap, he gets the gravel, and do what they want to do with it, part of the bid process. I want to contain these assets. When the state does decide to close up these wells, I want these assets to be mine, not the state to give away to somebody.
This isn't generally a question and answer period, but the commission may respond if they deem so.
You know, Gene, in the past, when we had confiscated properties and took any value that they had on the surface and it was sold, it was usually very low prices that we got for it. We didn't give them away. The contractors actually had to sell them, and then at the end of the day, last time, I think we got like $300,000 out of a number of wells that we confiscated equipment on, so it didn't amount to a whole lot. As far as jurisdiction goes, I know that there were several properties out there of 31 operatings where there was sheriff's sales, and some of the equipment was actually sold. We did not know about that. So, I mean, there is a procedure that you can go through, and I don't know if you've obtained an attorney or a lawyer to find out what avenues that you could go through, but the commission does have the ability to confiscate all the surface equipment if it's there. But like I said, some of them, it's gone because it's already been sold.
In my case, there's two tanks, saltwater tanks, and an injection pump that doesn't work, and then a couple injection wells and a submergible pump unit. I don't have enough money involved in it to hire an attorney because I'd be in the losing end of it. But I still felt that if I had these assets, and if I got $5,000 for them, it's $5,000 towards the $15,000 or $16,000 they owe me.
Yeah, we've heard that there's a lot of royalties owed out there. There's a lot of monies owed to surface companies. I don't know if they've been paying the taxes or not, but there's a huge liability out there.
Yeah, I realize that. They're in problem wherever they're at.
You know, we will certainly visit with you after the hearing if you want to discuss this further. But,
Okay. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Thanks for coming.
Was that all we had on for both those cases, or?
Mr. Dammer, I think the commission would like to make the well files and the CTB files for the wells listed as part of this case. And then also, case number 29235 pertains to some of the wells that were listed in this matter, so that should also be part of the case. And then administrative notice to the ability for the commission to review the inspection notes that pertain to each well.
They will be, is there any objection to including that in the record? Yeah, that will all be included. Is there anything further?
I'm just curious if there's anybody else in the room representing 31 operating. No. Thank you.
Nothing further? That will conclude the hearing for cases number 29038 and 29331. Moving on, case number 29332, application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order establishing 8 160-acre drilling units consisting of the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter, the southeast quarter and the southwest quarter of section 18, and the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter, the southeast quarter, and the southwest quarter of section 20 Township 161 North, Range 78 West, Bottineau County, North Dakota, and allowing a vertical well to be completed in the Spearfish Formation at any location not closer than 500 feet to the boundary of each such unit, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Empire North Dakota LLC. And Mr. Examiner, if I may, case 29332, as well as 29333, 29334, and 29335 are all applications of Empire North Dakota LLC, and they are all requests by Empire for drilling units for the Spearfish Formation. They're all in the same area, sort of contiguous lands together. Empire is looking to develop the Spearfish in this area. There isn't currently Spearfish spacing here, so we're seeking to create different drilling units to test the Spearfish here for development. And for purposes of hearing, I guess I would request for efficiency to consolidate for purposes of hearing each of these four cases. Empire has prepared sort of a single consolidated set of exhibits that we would use for each case in order to, I guess, prevent, overlap on a lot of the exhibits. So I guess I would request that we be allowed to consolidate these for purposes of hearing. And then one other note on the first case, 29332, we had requested 160-acre drilling units on each of the quarter sections within Section 18. Empire is no longer seeking drilling units in the northwest or southwest of 18, and we would withdraw the request or application with respect to those lands, those two drilling units.
And would there be any objection from commission staff to consolidating the hearings and dismissing?
Wade, are all of them in the same field, or is there various fields?
I think I'd have to look at each app, but they're primarily all within Starbuck Field, but I believe there may be some of the lands that might be just outside of Starbuck. I've got it in the app.
All the lands are in Exhibit 1, right? So they're all...
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
You can combine them.
And those four cases will be consolidated for the purposes of hearing. I'll go ahead and read those into the record now. So case number 29333, application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order establishing a 640-acre drilling unit consisting of Section 29, Township 161 North, Range 78 West, Bottineau County, ND, and allowing a horizontal well to be completed in the Spearfish Formation at any location not closer than 500 feet to the boundary of such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 29334, application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order establishing a 320-acre drilling unit consisting of the east half of Section 30, Township 161 North, Range 78 West, Bottineau County, ND, and authorizing a horizontal well to be drilled on the Spearfish Formation on such drilling unit no closer than 500 feet to the east or west boundary and 150 feet to the north or south boundary of such unit, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. In case number 29335, application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order establishing a 640-acre drilling unit consisting of Section 32, Township 161 North, Range 78 West, Bottineau County, ND, and allowing a horizontal well to be completed in the Spearfish Formation at any location not closer than 500 feet to the boundary of such unit for such other relief as may be appropriate. You can go ahead.
And Mr. Examiner, I have three witnesses that I intend to call telephonically. I'll reach them. It'll be Josh Cornell, Land, Bob Pace, Geology, and Brian Weatherall, Engineering. Josh, are you there? Our Bob. All right, we're live in the hearing room.
All right, Josh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Josh, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Joshua C. Cornell. I'm the Vice President of Land, Legal, Regulatory, and Business Development with Empire. Our address is 2200 South Utica Place, Suite 150, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 74114.
Josh, have you previously testified before this commission?
No, I have not.
Can you briefly take us through your educational background and work experience with respect to land issues?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in business administration with a minor in economics from the University of Central Oklahoma. I have a master's in energy law from Oklahoma City University. I started my career in 2006 with Devon Energy Corporation in Oklahoma City, working the Barnett Shale. I then moved to Chesapeake Energy Corporation from 2007 to 2010, where I worked the Fayetteville Shale in Arkansas and the Anadarko Basin in Oklahoma and Texas Panhandle. I then worked for Apache Corporation from 2010 to 2015, working the Anadarko Basin, the deep Anadarko Basin, and the Texas Panhandle. I worked for a private equity company called Adelie Resources from 2015 to 2018, working again the Anadarko Basin in Oklahoma from 2018 to 2020. I worked for another private equity company called Panther Energy Company LLC, working the Powder River Basin in eastern Wyoming, and then from 2010 to current, I've been with Empire Petroleum Corporation, who owns roughly 1,100 wells across 5 states, across 115,000 acres.
And Josh, are you familiar with the land matters associated with each of these proposed drilling units that we're talking about today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you've put together an exhibit that you intend to address with respect to land matters and ownership for these drilling units, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Cornell be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Josh, if I can have you take a look at what we've got marked as exhibit number 1, can you just take us through that, identify these proposed drilling units and your working interest in each of those?
Yes. So on second, the second, or exhibit number 1, these are Empire's proposed drilling units for the Spearfish Pool. Some are on a 160-acre basis. One is on a 320-acre basis in Section 30, and then 2 that are on a 640-acre basis. These are what we consider legacy leases or legacy leasehold for Empire. It was acquired through an acquisition made in 2020 from Energy Quest. But this is in a field known as Starbuck, and actually the leasehold is situated within a unit, a water flood approved by the commission called Starbuck Madison Unit. However, this Spearfish formation is slightly above the unitized zone, and so these are older leases that vintage around the 70s and 80s, and our working interest starting from north to south in the northeast quarter of Section 18 is 50% working interest. In the southeast quarter of Section 18 is 100% working interest. Moving on to Section 20, the northwest quarter, Empire owns approximately 96% working interest. In the northeast quarter, Empire owns also a 96% working interest. In the southwest quarter of Section 20, Empire owns a 96% working interest. And in the southeast quarter, Empire also owns a 96% working interest. Moving to the south in Section 29, that's requested seeking relief to space it on a 640-acre basis. Empire owns a working interest of also 96% working interest in that 640-acre section. To the west, requesting relief to space the Spearfish on a 320-acre basis, a stand-up 320-acre unit on the east half. Empire owns a 96% working interest. And then finally to the south is Section 32, Empire seeking relief to space the spearfish on a 640-acre basis. Empire owns approximately 96% working interest in that section.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have for Mr. Cornell at this time, and I would offer exhibit number 1.
The exhibit is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Pace, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bob, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, I work for Pi Operating in Woodlands, Texas. 545 North, address 25025. My business experience, in this case, I got a BS in geology at A&M and Texas A&M, 1967. So I've been in the business 55 years. Worked for Texaco starting in 67. Then with the Mason Petroleum in 74. Country of Independence. And then went to Seagull in 80. South Bakken in the 90s. Some Independence. Apache in 2010s. And then some other independents. And I've been with Pi Operating for 5 or 6 years.
And Bob, are you a geologist?
I'm a geologist. Yes.
And the experience that you just described, was that all primarily work as a geologist?
Yes.
Okay,
All 55 years.
sure. And Bob, you're appearing in this case on behalf of Empire North Dakota LLC, correct?
That's correct.
And Bob, do you have familiarity with the geology underlying each of these proposed drilling units in these cases?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And if you put together some geology-related exhibits that we're going to discuss today for these cases?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Pace be received as that of an expert in these cases.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Bob, let's start with what I've identified and marked as exhibit number 2, the structure map. Can you kind of walk us through the spearfish structure underlying these proposed drilling units?
Yes, sir. The spearfish zone of interest lies right on top of the unconformity. So this map is the base of spearfish, or also the Madison unconformity. You can see there's a green line running arching to the north is the limit of the porosity. And the structure map shows the formation is in kind of a depression, and so that's what's preserved after the unconformity chewed off everything to the north. There's a gas water contactor, green dash line to the south of section 32, and there's some production to the southeast, that southern field. And there's 2 squares filled with green that show actually production in this spearfish. 10-foot contour interval, high to the north.
Okay. And Bob, the next slide in your packet that I've marked as exhibit number 3, I believe that's the same structure map, but you've got a legend on there with some additional information. Do you want to kind of walk us through that exhibit?
Okay, yes, same structure map. I kind of made the legend showing the little red dash lines being laterals that we would like to drill at some point into section 30 and another one in section 29. There's 2 stars represent the vertical wells we're planning, one in section 20 and one in 19. I'm sorry, 18. The other coding is the red circles with the green inside have either DSTs or RLN cores, conventional cores. Some of the circles then have a slash through them. That means they've been P&A. Circles with orange in them mean I have porosity tools, so I know there's porosity, but no oil indicated, no evidence. Then the real small circles are control points that we don't have any porosity tool on. So then I've got the core structure contoured, and you'll see a little number on each well, like 16 feet. That represents the amount of porosity, which will show up on the next slide.
Okay.
Two little red arrows represent recompletion attempts, and our plan is to test this zone, verify that it's productive, even though we do have a couple wells that did produce, and then plan on recompletions in other wells and or drilling horizontal wells.
Okay, then, Bob, if you're through with that one, why don't we move on to your next map, and that's like the next slide in your packet. I've got that marked and identified as exhibit number 4. Can we go through that exhibit?
Yes, sir. So it's got the same pinch out line and 2 dash lines kind of showing the structure of the feature. But the solid lines are basically net pay isopacks in 5-foot contour intervals. So 0 to the south at the hot water contact, and of course the 0 from the pinch around the field. We show thickness of 15, and I think the maximum is 20 feet of porosity. A lot of the area has 5, in between. There is a void zone, like in section 33, a 0 contour. The porosity is actually gone. So this is a rubble zone deposit on top of the Madison unconformity, and so it's age-wise equal to the unconformity. So we call it either spearfish, basal spearfish, or unconformity.
Sure. Why don't we move on to the type log? That's I believe, the next slide in your packet, and I've got that marked and identified as exhibit number 5. Can you take us through that and sort of identify sort of your target?
Okay, you bet. This is a lateral log running the SMU 1132I. Top of the log shows the base of the spearfish wet stand, and that's documented in the state commission data online. And then the zone of interest, I call the top of the spearfish oil sand, that next red line. So the sand in between the base of the wet sand and the oil sand is tight. It's real silky, tight zone. The part I've marked in yellow is porous. We have some porosity logs on the well. And then at the base of that yellow is the Madison unconformity, and it roads into the Madison. 10 feet or so below that is the Upper Charles. It's a field pay. Then there's the Lower Charles, a thin zone. We think it's going to be a field pay that's not produced yet. And then the Midell, 30 feet or so below that, is also a field pay.
And then, Bob, have you also prepared a cross-section? I believe that'd be the next slide, exhibit number 6, we've got it marked as.
Yes, sir.
And
So,
can you take us through, just identify maybe, where those wells are located and take us through that cross-section?
Okay, yeah, the well on the south, on the left side, is the type log from the previous slide. So the same zones are marked. The well, the next well is in section 30 going north, the USA 1. So it has very similar zones in it. The Upper Charles is a producer. We see where the perforations are in the Upper Charles. And the TDs above the Midell. I projected the Midell below that well. The well to the north is the Johnson Lilligard. Maybe a misspelling there. There's no N. Sorry. It's in section 20. The Midell is just below the uniformity and productive. So the upper and lower Charles have been eroded. In each case, the zone of interest is shown getting thinner to the north. If there's another well to the north, it would show no spearfish property. And that well is, section 20. So that yellow zone is our target. We'll perforate it in certain wells, and pretty much any of these three eventually, but we'll go through the ones that have best velocity and net pay thickness.
Sure. And Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions that I currently have for Mr. Pace. I would offer exhibits 2 through 6.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Bob, the unit that exists here for the Madison, that unitized interval on the Madison starts at the top of the unconformity, correct?
Yes, as far as that.
And your spearfish target stays above that across all these proposed cases, correct?
Technically, yes. Although the zone is age-wise the same as the uniformity, but the unit is the base of the uniformity.
Right, understood. The gist is that the unitized interval is the remaining portion of Madison, and your target is above whatever is left over of the Madison.
Yes.
All the structure maps and the isopac and your spearfish limit and porosity mapping, is that all log-derived information, or do you have some seismic involved here?
All log derived. And of course, cuttings, cores, that type of thing.
Right. The productive portions, again, falling back to the Mattis unit that exists, the targets, so looking at your Exhibit 5, are what you have identified as field pay intervals both productive? Are they the unit target, or is one of them the unit target?
The Madison and the Upper Charles are unit pays. We'll be doing, those separately, we'll be doing, development of those in association with the water flow. But for this discussion, they're not the target. Yeah.
Right, understood. I'm just trying to make sure it's clear in the record that where the unit that underlies this, where the wells that are producing from that unit and injecting into that unit, which interval on your Exhibit 5 are they part of?
Is Exhibit 5 the cross section?
It's the type
I
log.
mean, the type law. Okay. Yeah, so the field pay is shown as Upper Charles produces to the south, generally to the south, because we don't, it gets eroded off before the Midell. So the Midell is productive more to the north.
But both of those
So,
were part of the unit.
They're part of, yes, they're part of the unit.
Okay. And you have various plans for some vertical targets and some horizontal targets. I think you identified, for the most part, where the plans were on your exhibits. But is there a reason you're looking at some vertical targets in some spots versus some horizontals in others? Is it just purely where you've got thicker, more extensive pay, or can you go into some detail why you're choosing a series of different proposed drilling units here?
Yeah, it's kind of a matter of what's going to work best. We have fields on trend or production on trend in this, and a lot of good production from the vertical wells. And then I think they weren't drained thoroughly, so then there were infill horizontal wells produced from the same zone that increased production tremendously. So it's going to be based on how things work out. Sometimes we may get a better well, of course, from a horizontal. If we can stay in zone and get much better recovery.
Okay, and then I guess lastly, you identified a couple of wells in the green boxes on your exhibits, on your structure maps and whatnot that are spearfish producers. Did they produce on drilling units, or were they ever included in the field?
They were drilled before the management unit was established, so I guess you'd say prior to unitization.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bob, a couple of preliminary things. Can you spell your last name, please?
PATE.
And what was the name of your company?
Pie Operating.
Is that P-I-E or P-I?
PIE. Mm-hmm.
On your exhibit, five, your type log, the location is listed as Township 169, or 161 North, Range 32 West. I assume that range is supposed to be 78?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it is.
And same thing on Exhibit 6? The range should be 78 in all cases?
Yes, should be all papers. Really, my fault.
So is someone, are you the one to ask questions about the locations of the wells, or is there somebody else that's going to talk more in depth about those?
There'll be an engineer talking about the economics of them.
But the actual locations, are you the witness to answer those questions?
Yes, sir.
So I guess
Other than the land part of it.
looking at Exhibit number 3, which is your base of spearfish structure map, you're requesting a 640-acre drilling unit for a well in Section 29 that looks like it's only going to drill in the northeast quarter?
Yes, that's the lateral.
So why are you asking for a 640-acre drilling unit?
Well, there'll probably be additional wells in the future, but, I can answer the unit, the size of the unit, but more of a land question.
Same thing in the southeast of 30. Looks like you're going to drill a horizontal lateral across the southeast of 30. You're requesting a 320 acre drilling unit with reduced setbacks on the north and south. What's the reason for the reduced setbacks?
I'm not familiar with a reduced setback.
Likewise, in section 32, it looks like you're going to drill in the west half, but you're asking for a 640 acre drilling unit.
Yes, sir.
So let's go back to section 29. Why are you asking for a 640 acre drilling unit if you're only going to drill in the northeast quarter?
Well, my understanding is you can drill more wells than one in a 640 acre drilling unit.
That's incorrect. You're only authorized to drill one well.
Okay, sounds correct.
So if the commission were to establish drilling units more in line with where the wells are going to be located, does Empire have an objection to that? With the understanding that if the well is productive, you're going to come in for temporary spacing.
This is Josh Cornell. I don't think we have an objection to that. Based on the geology, if the initial well in the unit is successful, both subsurface-wise, commercially, we did see additional drilling locations within the 640 acre unit as density drilling locations to infill drilling to maximize recovery. So I think that's the predicate and the premise behind requesting relief for a 640 acre unit in section 29. The same goes for the east half of section 30 and section 32. It was more of a pattern of development to set us up for success to drill additional wells within the 640 acre unit. And please let me know if that insufficiently answers that question.
No, I think that answer's fine, but the concept of increased density and things like that would be more appropriate to be handled in a temporary spacing hearing.
Josh and Bob, just to confirm, so the laterals that we're looking at in both 29 and 32, like the 29, for example, you really are only looking to have that horizontal lateral be in the northeast quarter of 29? It won't extend?
Yes, because that's, there's a good net bay thickness in those wells close to it, and in both section 32 and 29.
So we would be looking for a 160 acre drilling unit for a horizontal in that case, as opposed to the 640?
I'd say that's a question for Josh.
Josh?
I would say that's correct.
Okay.
So likewise in section 30 and likewise section 32, a west half may be more appropriate for a drilling unit?
Yes.
And Josh or Bob, the horizontal laterals that you're going to drill, are these going to be drilled out of existing vertical wells, or are they grassroots wells?
I think that at this particular point in time, we're contemplating, we're looking at both, but I think that there's a possibility that we can use existing pad locations to drill new wells versus utilizing existing well bores to drill a horizontal well. obviously, we're still evaluating and considering our options geologically and from an engineering standpoint. But since this is an existing water flood unit and we have several Madison vertical wells and injectors, what we contemplated is using existing pad locations to drill new wells to minimize our footprint.
Okay, thank you.
Bob, this is Bruce Hicks. The exhibits that you have are extremely hard to read. Could you resubmit all of them as PDFs so we could zoom in on these and see what text you have better? I didn't hear your response.
I know the land part is,
Bob, did you hear the question?
yes, I was, I don't know if you were talking about Zoom being able to.
You cut out, Bob. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the land part of I guess the base map is hard to read. I have put the API number, the 5-digit API number on each well, more legible. It's really hard to read the land part of it, but were you asking about zooming in?
Bob, I'm asking about your exhibits that you're sponsoring. They're extremely hard to read, so I would like for you to resubmit those as PDFs so we have an opportunity to go in and zoom in on them and actually read what it has to say here.
Okay, yes, sir, we can do that.
Okay. And on some of these wells, you're showing that it was a producer in the spearfish. I don't see that the Starbuck spearfish pool was ever spaced. And I'm referring to the squares in the southeast of 20 and the northeast of 29. According to your legend, it says producer and spearfish. Are you indicating that those wells produce vertically in the spearfish?
Yes, sir, they actually completed Charles and Spearfish together.
So are those unit wells?
I can't answer that. I assume so.
But you also indicated that the spearfish isn't part of the unit, right?
Spearfish may not be part of the unit because it's above the quality. But these are good units.
This is Josh Cornell again. I believe I could probably answer that question. The unit agreement for the Starbuck unit, it covers an interval from the range based on a Cardinal Petroleum log from 3,274 feet at the top down to a base of 3,408 feet. And I believe that those call-out green boxes are producing from zones that are within the unitized interval as covered by the unit agreement in 2007. But they're being used primarily as well control or data point for the purposes of our continued evaluation of the spearfish interval, which has multiple benches in it.
We'll look into that. You're also asking for 160 acre spacing in section 20. Most of the spacing in Bottineau County has been either 40 acre spacing or 80 acre spacing. Why would you need a 160 acre drilling unit to drill a spearfish well?
For drill a spearfish well, a vertical well.
Well, you haven't identified which type of wells you're gonna be drilling, have you?
What we anticipated on the 160-acre units, that we anticipated vertical drilling on all those requested units that are larger than 160 acres. We contemplated horizontal drilling using short laterals to maximize development of the spearfish. I think that one of the issues that we've seen from a engineering and from a geologic standpoint is there's a level of quality of data because these wells are so old and the logs are so old that we are just anticipating 160-acre units. But I understand the comment about 40s or 80-acre stand-up or something smaller. But I think that we would like the opportunity to see how the spearfish behaves from a production standpoint on 160-acre unit when we drill these vertical wells. So that's one of the data points that we'd like to obtain from the vertical drilling of the spearfish on a 160-acre unit.
Okay, well, under the drilling unit regulation 43020318, it states that if you're not drilling deeper than the Mission Canyon Formation, you have to drill on a quarter, not less than 500 feet from the boundaries of that quarter. And you're not showing us the location of the wells or showing a justification that you need a 160-acre drilling unit. So specific locations would have to be submitted for those particular vertical wells that you want, so we can evaluate that to see what type of unit you need. Mark Bohr had indicated that once a well is found productive in a unspaced zone, that we will have a temporary spacing hearing, and that's typically what's done. An operator typically will not come in and ask for a number of different drilling units in the same area. They would typically request the ones that they would drill first. We would have the temporary spacing hearing and then space the area based upon how wells would be drilled in the area and what would be drained. The problem with having 640-acre drilling units and only a portion of that drilling unit being developed is that it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to protect correlative rights, especially if you have different owners within that drilling unit that you're requesting.
Yes, no, I understand that. I don't think that we have any objection to that. What we anticipated was for the specific location is filing the permit that's actually going to have the footages from north, south, east, west lines within these proposed drilling and spacing units to submit to the NDIC for review and approval. So that's how we anticipated handling the specific locations within these DSUs, was submitting a permit for review. And I think that a part of the unit size is that given that there's not a lot of control, I mean, this area is largely what we're trying to do is appraise and evaluate, just because there's not a lot of spearfish producers. So in some sense, this area is still rather exploratory because all these wells, for the most part, are going to be appraisal wells to sufficiently evaluate the spearfish formation.
Well, another supplement that you need to address is the location giving footages for every vertical well that you plan. And then also on the horizontal wells, we would like the surface location and the bottom hole location. We may deem that we need additional information after this hearing is concluded, and we will, at that point, ask for additional information to be supplemented.
Sure, I believe that we can easily do that, especially with surface hole locations and bottom hole locations of the well. Specifically, probably more pertinent on the horizontal short laterals in the spearfish versus the verticals. But for the verticals, we can easily supply the surface hole locations for those locations as well.
Are you intending to drill horizontal wells out of the existing vertical wells?
I think that I mentioned this earlier, is the way that we viewed it right now is that we're considering our options, but given that we have a number of water flood wells within this unit, we have several, given that fact, we have several surface hole locations, so we anticipate using existing surface hole locations for new well drilling, as opposed to drilling new horizontal wells out of existing boreholes. But again, it's preliminary, but that's what we've looked at, that's what we've anticipated, and we've looked at that for the primary purposes of reducing our surface footprint, since we have so many pads within this unit already.
I think another thing that we need for you to address is the timing of these wells. If you could give us, along with the location, if you could tell us when those wells will be drilled, and then we could maybe prioritize what we're going to be issuing. I just want to make sure that we have enough information to write an order that's going to be compatible with what you're requesting. Thank you.
Right. I think that we can supply that too. What we're anticipating is drilling these wells before the end of August. We would like to see considerable production data come back so we can evaluate the initial production rate and the declines on these wells before the cold weather hits around Halloween. That's my understanding is when the weather comes in North Dakota around Halloween, it starts to freeze. And so we wanted to be able to drill and complete and produce these wells before the winter weather comes in. And so roughly that's the timing. We're anticipating before the end of August, and we'd certainly like to drill these wells before, say, the end of October in order to accumulate that production data.
So at that point in time, how many vertical wells and how many horizontal wells do you plan to have drilled?
By the point in time, by the end of August.
Right.
I think what we've modeled is we'd like to see at least 2 vertical wells online and 2 horizontal wells online by that time.
Okay, well, please identify those wells and we'll take that under consideration. Thank you.
Okay.
Josh or Bob, who is going to address the drilling and completion style of the horizontal wells?
That would probably fall under engineering
Okay.
or our next witness.
Okay, thank you.
Bob, one more, set of questions real quick on the unit versus your proposed pay here. Geologically, what's separating the unit pay from your proposed spearfish target?
That's an interesting question. It's really just the uncertainty.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. Can you try that again?
Yeah, the only separation is the unconformity, but because this unconformity is coming up to actually connecting the limestones under the unconformity with the sand on top. So the unconformity is just, there's nothing there. It's just, you got the sand and the lime almost in their same reservoir, but they're 2 different ages. So there's really no separation when the sand is actually on top of the porous lime. Some places the sand is on top of non-porous anhydrite. So the separation is simply the unconformity.
So where you don't have an anhydrite remaining separating them, would the two reservoirs potentially be in communication?
It seems like it to me, yes. One of the existing wells is in good condition where the sand and the lime are basically together, and then the other well is, the sand is on top of anhydrite, and the porous pay is deeper. So the two wells show you both conditions.
Okay, with some of the previous discussion regarding the existing spearfish targets being part of the unit, we'll have to take a close look at what was unitized and how that translates across the unit area.
Yes, and I'll as part of that unit agreement, so these spearfish drilling and spacing unit applications are applicable to those zones that are non-unitized. So the unitized zones within the 2007 unit agreement is from, as defined in the Cardinal Petroleum Log, is from 3,274 feet down to 3,408 feet. So these drilling and spacing units are applicable to those zones that are situated above the log that's referenced, which the top is above, 3,274 feet.
Yeah, the thing about those unit definitions is those depths usually correspond to a geologic marker, and so we'll take a look at exactly what marker that corresponds to and how that translates across the unit and confirm what we're targeting, what was included and what wasn't.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Weatherall, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Brian, Brian, Weatherall, W-E-A-T as in Tom, H-E-R-L. I'm employed by Empire Petroleum Corporation, address 2200 South Utica Place, Suite 150, Tulsa, Oklahoma, zip code 74114, in the capacity of Vice President of Engineering.
Brian, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Why don't you go ahead and walk us through your educational background, work experience in the area of petroleum geology?
Yeah, actual petroleum engineering.
Or, excuse me, engineering.
Yeah. Yes, I graduated from the University of Tulsa in 1984 with a Bachelor of Science degree in petroleum engineering. I was employed with Wellex, which is currently Halliburton Logging Company, as an open hole logging engineer for about 2.5 years. Was employed by Core Laboratories for about the same period of time up until October of 1989, when I was hired by Chevron USA in various capacities in drilling, completions, reservoir, and production engineering until February of 1997, when I relocated my family back to my hometown of Tulsa, worked with Vintage Petroleum in the capacity of a senior petroleum engineer. Again, upstream development, production optimization, all things involved with reserves, production, completions, and everything else associated with petroleum engineering and upstream industry. In October of 2000, I was hired by Williams E&P here in Tulsa in the capacity of senior acquisitions and divestitures engineer, where I worked for 2 years At that time, I left Williams to start my own business, which I ran for approximately 15 years, which was specifically to develop, redevelop old mature fields, primarily in southeast Oklahoma and northeast Oklahoma, that had remaining reserves that could not be recovered with vertical well bores, and so we redeveloped with horizontal wells. Successful business. I worked for a short time after 2015, but actually 2017 until 19, with a small independent in Tulsa called NBI Services. Had financial problems in the capacity of Director of Engineering and Operations. Once again, managing mature fields, optimizing production, redeveloping through workovers and recompletes. Left them just prior to COVID. I was hired by this company, by Empire, for about 6 months on contract starting in November of 2020, was hired full-time in June of 2021 as VP of Engineering, and that's what I've been doing since.
Okay, thanks, Brian. And are you familiar with the reservoir and engineering-related matters with respect to each of these proposed drilling units?
Yes, I am.
Have you put together a couple of exhibits that you intend to address for the hearings today as well?
Yes, I have.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Weatherall be received as that of an expert in these cases.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Brian, before we go into your exhibits that we've got marked as 7 and 8, let's take a step back to, I believe Mr. Bohr asked a question with respect to, how you guys would look at drilling and completing both the vertical and horizontal wells in these drilling units. Can you touch on that?
Yes, sir. So this field, the Starbuck field, was developed in the late 50s, mid to late 50s initially. It was drilled on a lease basis, on a drilling and spacing unit basis, as you call it, and several different companies drilled several different styles of vertical wells to different depths, which the results of those wells, the log cores, DSDs, that is the work, that's the data that Mr. Pace and myself have used. It's the best data available to build our model. I will say that the primary target that these older operators drilled the wells to were members of the Madison. During that drilling process, for instance, if they would drill to the base of the Madison and they would DST the Madison and Charles as wet, they would, many times after the first occasion of that, they would set up a DST for an interval that would, by their call out on formations and by geologic maps, essentially straddle what they call the N. Charleston. In my opinion, that's the base of the uniformity. Just with the data we know, because there is very little data available. Subsequent to these early wells and drilling and completion, I believe it was 2007 that the Commission granted approval for the Starbuck Madison water flood unit, and we came in 2020, and so we have what amounts to all but 4 injectors were drilled by that would have modern data on, and those are all saltwater injection wells. So that's where we are with with this issue of the tests and the production in this upper interval, and so what we're intending to do here is to seek it commercial viability. When Mr. Pace spoke of a couple of completions that were in this zone, that's the correct statement. However, in all those cases, it wasn't solely in this zone. It was also it was in one of the members below that. And so, for that reason, as you'll see in my Exhibit 7, I cannot attribute any production today from that because we have no way of knowing that. We do have significant shows, but it's impossible to determine how much, if any, production ever comes from this interval.
Brian, I think, do you have any more sort of clarity on kind of the details on how they would be drilled and completed, both the verticals and the horizontals, sort of?
Our goal is, of course, to use best practice, considering the lack of production history data. I believe that's why we've chosen to present this request in the manner we have. So the quick answer for that is, when we get some production data, hopefully, and after our expenditures on attempting these completions, then we will be able to determine a best well geometry, which is that's a petroleum engineering matter that I've worked directly hands-on with for the last 20 years.
Sure.
Without that information, it's impossible to say which is the most optimum completion to, protect relative rights, to protect mineral owners. So I think that the company would like to ultimately go to horizontal development, given the preferred economics. But that's kind of where we are right now, which is the reason we presented the request.
Sure. Well, let's go ahead and move on to the exhibits then that we've got prepared. The first slide that you had, we've got that marked as exhibit number 7, and that's reservoir data for the spearfish kind of underlying these proposed drilling units. And if you can walk us through that.
Yes. So using our net thickness picks to determine a net H on a conservative side, and the acres covering it, basically those first 3 columns are planimeter type input data to determine acre feet by section. The primary and secondary recovery percentages are determined by our best available data from the Charles and the Midale submembers of the Madison today. The oil in place calculated assuming 11% average porosity, 30% irreducible water saturation, formation volume factor of 1.1, and that barrels per acre foot number is that result, 458 in place per acre foot. And so 458 times the acre footage gives us a OOIP. And the next three columns, primary and secondary, those are recovery factors totaling up to 20% of in place. We believe that's conservative. And again, the next three columns after that, there is, for any practical purposes, there is no data that suggests any volumes have been produced, although, again, I believe what our geologist was speaking to was a significant, really more of a significant amount of data indicating that this rubblized unconformity interval is productive. It has oil in place. And so the total Madison unconformity number that you see on recoverable reserves on the last row is that's what we're looking at. So how to get that out of the ground in the most efficient manner is likely going to be a combination of vertical and horizontal wells.
Sure. And Brian, you've evaluated some economics on for proposed wells on the drilling units that you're looking at, both the 160s and the 640s and that 320. Can you just walk us through that economic data that you've got on Exhibit 8?
Yeah. So these are three different scenarios: 640 acres, 320 acres, 160 acres. We would, starting from the bottom up, we would obviously target what we believe is the thickest portion in a 160 scenario, or, whether that be a short radius horizontal. I believe our first position would be to, since we literally don't have any specific production history on an unconformity well, would be to determine through decline curve analysis essentially what we're draining. There's a very good chance that same 160 acre unit would be utilized to drill a replacement well that would be a short radius horizontal well to recover all of the reserves in that 160. So we look at the vertical wells almost as pilot production wells, simply to get production history data. You can see that the recovery factor, I've essentially used this primary recovery. So we are assuming that it is not in connection with any of our water flood activity. 9% recovery factor, which is fairly conservative for this type of rock. For a 160, 86,000 recoverable barrels, our approximate well cost for this well would be $600,000 gross. And then you could just walk down the rest of it. Total sales, less royalty, less. You got two things in there. That's supposed to be tax and royalty. Less royalty tax than offset. So we're looking at about a 4.9 to 1 at $80 oil in that scenario. When we get up to the horizontal well type, 320 acres next up, again, historically, in my experience, you're targeting reserves that would otherwise not be recoverable by a vertical well or as efficiently or as economically good, positive. However, considerably higher investment to do so. And so this scenario is based on a slightly thinner net pay interval for area, 320 acres, 3,520 acre feet, which yields 126,000, almost 127,000 recoverable barrels at an investment of 1.25 million for horizontal well cost. And you can see again the total sales, less royalties, less tax, that's OPEX, which is assuming a 20-year life, and that generates a 4.1 to 1 unrisked. And then, of course, and this is, I suppose I could have put the smallest on top because that would be more of the order we would do it. In the 640 acre scenario, obviously considerably higher recoverable reserves with the same cost. And so you can see that unrisked, clearly drilling a lateral on 640 acre spacing to drain those reserves yields a considerable higher return on investment. However, it's not customary for a company, ours included, to jump, go straight to the highest cliff on the ocean, dive into it. You want to do a couple of dives at lower levels first. And so it's really, that's really the shortcoming. I wish that the people who unitized this would have recognized the top of the uniformity. But that's where we stand today. And so we have stacked of core data and some DSPs that show that this zone has movable hydrocarbons and it's been spoiled. That is the best data we have available. And so as we drill, we obviously are going to use new logging technology. We're going to use the best available technology to gain all the information we possibly can. Because the spearfish, for instance, as Bob alluded to, spearfish has been recognized the top of it, and it's called what they call the wet spearfish, the top of the wet spearfish and the base of the wet spearfish. So it's not hydrocarbon bearing. Nobody has ever recognized that in this particular area. And then the Charles unconformity is the next that's mentioned. So I think Bob was alluding to it. Some place below the base of the wet spearfish, there's a seal, there's a trap, because you've got water above boil.
Right.
So we're using what has been presented to the state of North Dakota today, and going from there.
Yep. That makes sense, and I think that's all the questions I have for Mr. Weatherall. I'd offer Exhibits 7 and 8 at this time. Thank you.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brian, with some of the discussion you just had and presented, did Empire consider or look at the possibility of expanding or amending the unit to include this interval?
We have discussed that. We don't. The information that we need kind of gets back to what Bob mentioned, which is where the top of the Madison unconformity really is. There was no real attempt by the older operators to do so, and so with the help of 1950s and 60s laws, that's the only data we basically have right now. And so we have discussed that internally, sir, but we wanted, and we may attempt that. We may come back to the commission for that request with that data to back it up. We don't have. It simply doesn't exist. We don't have data to tell us where the top of the unconformity is.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, on your horizontal wells that you're proposing to drill, are you gonna drill down and set casing through the curve into the spearfish?
That would be a new drill scenario, yes. We have contemplated that. We've also contemplated short radius, about approximately 250-foot radius sidetrack out of an existing wellbore to target this interval. So we've looked at both of them. We're looking at both of them, and those are the 1.25 million would obviously be a grassroots, and 600,000 would be the sidetrack.
So if you drill a new well, are you gonna set casing through the curve into the spearfish?
We would set casing. We would of course protect fresh water, set surface, cement to the top. We would drill vertical holes, kickoff point, drill the build section likely, and set casing once we entered the spearfish / unconformity, and then we would drill the ladder. More than likely in a new well scenario with a 6 1/8 inch bit, 6 1/8 inch hole, and probably would run a liner at that point and hang it off in the production casing. And a lot of it from there depends on what our production looks like from actual vertical production data. That's the type of well that I've typically drilled as a grassroots well. Drilled several hundred of them. So
you'd set an uncemented liner. Would you then, is that liner pre-perforated, or would you go in and perforate it at that point?
No, my preference would be to go in pre-perforated in the new well scenario. Yeah, go in pre-perforated simply for structural integrity to prevent cave-in. Most of this rock that has been completed anywhere from this, whether you call it lower spearfish or unconformity or Mississippian age rock, has been completed. Their stimulation really has just been cleanup after they use today. So I certainly wouldn't anticipate any type of hydraulic fracture be done. So I'm a fan of putting as little on the formation as possible to maximize recovery. In my experience.
So when you hang this pre-perforated liner, would you then do an acid wash or no stimulation whatsoever?
It'd be an acid wash. Clean up drilling damage.
And on your exhibit number 7, it's titled Madison Unconformity. I assume, are these reservoir parameters what's in the spearfish above the unconformity?
That is the reservoir parameters that exist below the wet spearfish point and below the tight rock that is the base of the wet spearfish, down to the point that has been called today the Madison Unconformity.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, this is Bruce Hicks. Also on Exhibit 7, you're indicating secondary reserves. Is that because you intend ultimately to unitize and waterflood the spearfish?
scenario that I was asked to put in there in the event of success in this formation. So, yes, obviously, if we have successful efforts, this is within a water flood. So this would either be a second water flood application that would generally conform to the current Madison, or we would request a raising, or we would just set out the top of the unconformity with the new data we anticipate getting. But it's not our intention to deplete the reservoir and walk away from it without secondary recovery, because secondary recovery has been proven in the lower zones.
In your primary recovery factor of 11%, how was that calculated? What evaluation did you do to arrive at that?
I use a calculation for that, just the API depletion calculation. Generally speaking, I use this is my third-party engineering folks also look at essentially primary equals porosity, and those two are, they both match up very close to 30%, and it also matches up to the core data that we have.
And would that typically be evaluating vertical production?
Yeah, just porosity, yeah.
So wouldn't you, in this case, be evaluating it for horizontal production?
Porosity, same.
I realize that, but in the past, the horizontal wells that we've seen in the state have performed a lot better than vertical wells. So wouldn't you expect a higher recovery factor in the primary production under horizontal production?
No, I use the Joshi equation to determine that, and it's areal extent, same net H, more acres, and same recovery factor.
Moving to Exhibit 8, you're showing your three scenarios. On the bottom, you're showing vertical production. Is that only the spearfish that you're considering?
Correct.
Okay, and your investment of $600,000, that's per well?
Vertical, yeah.
Okay, and how many wells are you planning to drill on the 160 vertically? Just one?
Again, without production history data, it's difficult to say. It's impossible to say.
But what you're doing,
So-
you're assuming one vertical well will drain 9% of the oil in place in the 160, right?
Correct.
Have you looked at the performance of other vertical wells to find out what their recovery factor was?
There are no other vertical wells in this area, in this interval.
No, but there's other vertical production in Bottineau County, right? In the spearfish.
Yes. It's I would say that the conundrum here is, yeah, we are familiar with those fields. It makes me always ask the question. I never assumed that, back in 1956 or whatever, that, they were trying as hard as we are, or harder, to make a profitable well. And so the question I don't have answered yet in my engineering brain is, why this field has not had a standalone spearfish completion made since the discovery of the Madison Pool. Newberg, of course, huge, We looked at cores at Newburgh. I will say that there is more thickness in general. But again, it just, not having any production history data, it would be like an apples to oranges comparison to look at what the Newburgh verticals did with spearfish. And I can't take a look at that. If you guys would like me to, we can dive deeper into that. It's really good. Like I said, the big question is why the deal has it not been a standalone? Madison nonconformity / lower spearfish.
Continue with the Exhibit 8. The other two scenarios you have are 320 and 640 for horizontal. Would that be the same length horizontal wells and an investment of $1.25 million on each one of those scenarios?
Again, I know what you're getting at on the cost side. In reality, the cost of drilling a grassroots 2,000-foot lateral versus 4,000-foot lateral with a liner and just an acid cleanup job, the cost associated with the 320-acre lateral probably a bit on the high side. The cost of the 640 is probably about right. We used to I drilled wells like this, similar depths in other states for $750,000, 2,000-foot laterals, open hole perforated liner, installation, hung off in production casing. So I'm happy to rerun those at different costs if you like, but the answer to that, obviously, we would anticipate a longer lateral, 648. We intend to drill an appropriate well to drain the appropriate acreage. And I just wish I had production history.
Okay, thank you.
Some vertical wells.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. There was a request for some supplements. I guess, what kind of timeline are we looking at there?
Yeah, I guess, guys, we've got these late filed exhibits that we need to produce. Bob, with respect to yours, we need PDFs of all those geology exhibits. I don't know if that'll take that long, but Josh and or Brian, with respect to the other information that we've been asked to produce on, specific locations, those other late files that we need, how long will it take you to get those put together for submission to the commission? Are we looking at a couple weeks, or what do you think?
Yeah, 2 weeks sounds about right for the specific location, especially surface hole, bottom hole information that was requested.
Okay. I guess, Mr. Examiner, if we could have 2 weeks to submit the supplemental exhibits.
All right, 2 weeks. No objections? That sounds good to me. That would be June 8th, if I'm looking at my calendar correctly.
Okay.
Till June 8th, 2022. We'll leave the record open for those exhibits. Is there anything further in this case?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
All right. That'll conclude the hearing for cases number 29332, 29333, 29334, and 29335. Why don't we go ahead and have a 5-minute break? We're on the record. In case number 29336, application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the East Tioga and/or White Earth Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 22, 23, 26, and 27, Township 158 North, Range 94 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt LLC. I have three witnesses in this case. Derek Roller, he's present, and he'll be testifying as to land issues. And then I have Dan Carson, geology, and Josh Weimer, engineering, and they both should be on the line right now.
All right. Mr. Roller, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Derek Roller, Petro Hunt LLC, landman and in-house attorney, P.O. Box 935, Bismarck, North Dakota, 58502.
And Derek, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed 2,560 acre spacing unit?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Roller be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Derek, let's go through your exhibit number 1, if you can identify this spacing unit and your working interest.
Absolutely. So what we'd like to do is space sections 22, 23, 26, and 27 for a single horizontal 2,560 acre spacing. Section 22 and 27 is a 1,280 acre unit operated by Petro Hunt. There's 2 wells in there. Section 14 and 23, so 23 is included in here, is a 1,280 acre unit operated by Petro Hunt. And then section 26 is a 640 acre unit operated by Liberty Resources. In total, on page 2, I have a track breakdown of those units for you for working interest. As you can see, Petro Hunt has a significant majority with almost 35% in this 2560.
I have no further questions for Mr. Roller. I'd offer exhibit number 1.
The exhibit is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Derek, of course, the majority is greater than 50%. And in this case, since you're less than that, are you going to be working with other interest owners in the area on operatorship?
Yeah, we will.
Thank you.
Moving on. Mr. Carson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dan, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Certainly. My name is Dan Carson. I work for Petro Hunt LLC. I am a senior geologist, and our office is at 600 17th Street, Suite 2550, South Denver, Colorado.
And Dan, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Carson be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Dan, let's start with your exhibit number 2. Can you take us through the structure map?
Certainly. In exhibit number 2, we're looking at Township 158 North, Range 94 West, which is the south half of the East Tioga Field, north half of the White Earth Field. And we're looking at a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale, showing that we're just off to the east of the anticline, with the structure dipping the south.
Okay. And then before we move on to the type log, can you just address like what the proposed development of the 2560 would look like?
Certainly. Petro Hunt right now is in the process of doing infill drilling in acreage that we've held for a while.
And we are continuing on with the pattern drilling of alternating Bakken, Three Forks, Bakken well. The proposed lease line well that we're doing the spacing hearing for is going to be a middle Bakken well that simply continues the pattern. We will not be doing further development at this point to the east because Section 26 is not operated by Petrohunt, but we will be doing further development to the west. So that continues the pattern.
Sure. Let's move on then to your type log, exhibit number 3.
Certainly. Yeah. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is a type log of the area showing the Upper Bakken Shale, the Middle Bakken, which is the target horizon, the Lower Bakken Shale, and the Three Forks. In this area of the basin, the Middle Bakken is approximately 70 to 75 feet thick, very thick zone, and we will target that for this well, for this lease line well.
Sure. I have no further questions for Mr. Carson, and I would offer exhibits 2 and 3.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Dan, looking at your exhibit 2, can you give me the color coding for the wells, the existing wells?
Oh yeah, certainly. The section 22 and 27 wells, the brown is Middle Bakken, the pink is Three Forks. And even though the Lee well is shown as black because it's proposed, it will be a Middle Bakken well.
Okay, so,
The 1HS, I'm sorry, the Lee 1HS.
all right, with that understanding, you don't anticipate putting a well between that existing Three Forks well and the proposed Middle Bakken well at that point?
That is correct. We do not anticipate that at this point.
And the proposed well that you plan to drill, you intend to locate that essentially down the section line, or will it be slightly to the west of that section line as it's depicted on exhibit 2?
I would anticipate that it will be very close to the section line, if not slightly to the west, like you suggest, yeah.
But within the standard corridor for a section line?
Most definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Dan, this is Bruce Hicks. The well that you plan to drill, you have the drill back up into section 15. Do you operate that well in section 15?
The section 15 well,
Yes.
hang on here just one sec. I believe we do still, yeah. Yeah, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Mr. Weimer, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Josh, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Joshua Weimer. I'm a reservoir engineer for Petrohunt LLC, and our business address is 2101 Cedar Springs Road, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas 75201.
Josh, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Why don't you briefly take us through your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering from Texas A&M University. I graduated in 2017 and started working at Petrohunt as a reservoir engineer, working in the Bakken asset, and I've worked there for the past 5 years, and I'm also a licensed professional engineer in the state of Texas.
And have you put together some engineering-related exhibits for this proposed spacing unit in this hearing?
I have.
Okay, I move the testimony of Mr. Weimer be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as testimony of an expert.
And Josh, let's start with exhibit number 4. If you can take us through the Middle Bakken Reservoir data.
Yes, sir. So this is what I put together for this. The lithology of dolomitic siltstone, bottom hole temperature of 270 degrees Fahrenheit, using an oil gravity of 41 degrees, the gas gravity of 0.99, with a gas oil ratio of 1200, and stitched with a 2560 spacing unit with an average thickness of 75 feet, used an average porosity of 6.8% and 58% water saturation, and a 1.9 formation volume factor to calculate an OIP of 22 million stock tank barrels, and we're estimating the recovery of the single well is 350 MBO for an estimated recovery factor of 1.6%.
Okay. And let's move on to exhibit number 5. What would the economics look like for the proposed lease line well in this spacing unit?
Yes, we're projecting an initial production rate of 500 VOPD and gas oil ratio of the 1200 with the estimated ultimate recovery that I mentioned before of 350 MBO. The projected well cost, $9.1 million with $12,000 per month operating expenses, 19% royalty, and we used our NYMEX oil price of $85 and a NYMEX gas price of $4.50. And the economics of those is a 2.82 payout time, year payout time, 1.87 undiscounted return on investment, and a 23% rate of return.
Okay. And Josh, in your opinion, if the commission were to approve this spacing for the development as you've described, is that going to prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 4, 5, and Exhibit 6, which is the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Is there anything further in this matter, Mr. Wynn?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29336. Moving on, case number 29337, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sorkness Bakken Pool to establish 2 stand-up 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 11, 14, and 23, and sections 12, 13, and 24, Township 157 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to June. Case number 29338, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sorkness Bakken Pool to establish 2 overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing units described as sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, and sections 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 157 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to June. Case number 29339, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Alger Bakken Pool to establish a 1,600 acre spacing unit described as the east half of sections 2 and 11, the west half of sections 1 and 12, and all of section 13, Township 156 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. I'll have 3 witnesses testifying in this case. I need to confirm on the land. I think it'll be Nicole Meredith, but could be Greg Sandberg. We'll confirm. And then it'll be Nathan Gableman and Cole Carruthers, and I'll call them now. Hello? Greg, are you handling land on this one? Okay, we're live in the hearing room. Mr. Examiner, it'll be Greg Sandberg on land.
And Greg, he's your first witness?
Correct.
Mr. Sandberg, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Greg, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Greg Sandberg. I'm a landman at Oasis Petroleum, 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
Greg, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And have you prepared some land-related exhibits for the hearings today?
Yes.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Sandberg be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Greg, let's start with L1, if you can identify the area we're talking about.
Yeah, so L1 is just showing the proposed spacing unit here, comprised of the east half of sections 2 and 11, and the west half of section 1 and 12, and all of section 13.
Okay. And let's move on to L2, if you can identify your working interest in this proposed spacing unit.
Yep, in that same spacing unit, our working interest is 38.95%.
Okay, and then let's move on to L3, if you can take us through the breakdown of your working interest in the spacing units that make up this proposed overlapping spacing unit.
Absolutely. So in the green box depicted there, DSU A, we have a 69.46% working interest that is comprised of sections 2 and 11 of 156.93. In B there in the blue outline, 156.93 section 1 and 12, we have a 62.65% working interest. And in the 640 acre unit comprised there of DSU C, we have a 0% working interest.
Okay. And that's all the questions I guess I have for Mr. Sandberg, and I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Greg, this is Bruce Hicks. You've got less than a 50% interest in the proposed spacing unit. Have you been in contact with other working interest owners on operatorship?
Yes, the ownership of that 640 is owned by Hess, and we've been in contact with them, and they seem to be supportive of the operation here.
Are they in support of this application, do you know?
They have said they're supportive of it. I'd hate to speak for them directly in front of the commission, but it's a stranded 640 there. It's surrounded on pretty much all sides by infill drilling, and it wouldn't be developed on a 640 in my opinion.
So they own the majority interest in section 13?
In section 13, yes.
Do you know what their interest is?
I do not have that in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Moving on. Mr. Gableman, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Nathan, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Nathan Galeman. I'm employed by Oasis Petroleum as a geologist. The address is 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, in Houston, Texas, zip code 77002.
And Nathan, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And you're familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Gableman be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Nathan, let's go ahead and start with G1, if you can describe the Upper Bakken structure.
Yes, Exhibit G1 depicts the Upper Bakken Shale structure map on a contour interval of 20 feet. I've highlighted the 1,600-acre GSU in the proposed area with the type log, the MEL 44-21H to the southwest, highlighted with the yellow circle there.
Okay. And then let's move on to the ISOPAC map, G2.
Yes, G2 is the ISOPAC map of the Middle Bakken, the primary target of this DSU, on a 2-foot contour interval. The average thickness of about 60 feet through there. I also have the DSU outlined in the blue and the type log to the southwest in yellow.
Okay. And let's move on to the type log, G3.
Yes, G3 depicts the type log of the MEL 44-21H that is southwest of the DSU, highlighted in the Middle Bakken target, displaying the gamma ray in the first track, the resistivity in the middle track, and the porosity logs on the far right track.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Gableman. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Nathan, the existing well on 13, can you tell me what the target of that well is?
Yeah, that is a Middle Bakken well.
Okay, and then the existing wells to the east and west of this spacing unit in the 1280s, are they both Middle Bakken and Three Forks, or are they all Middle Bakken?
So they are a mixture of Middle Bakken and Three Forks. The one that on the east side that will be drilling past the Huron well is a Middle Bakken well, while the Caspian 11H well on the west will be a Three Forks well, first pinch well. Is an alternate for those wells.
And your intent with the proposed spacing unit is to target entirely the Middle Bakken?
At this point, yes, that's correct.
Any reason you're not going to continue the alternating pattern with the Three Forks?
We believe that the current spacing and job size of our completions will effectively drain both Middle Bakken and Three Forks here.
So you're getting effective stimulation into the Three Forks through the 20 or 30 feet of lower shale and pronghorn that's present?
I believe that's based off of the work we've done in the past with seismic and pressure monitoring, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nathan, do you know if there's another well planned for sections 2 and 11?
211. Are you talking about a 2-mile well?
Yeah, 1,208 acre spacing unit well on the east of the current Three Forks well.
The only plan I have is the one we're proposing here, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Move on to Mr. Crothers. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Cole, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Cole Carruthers. I'm employed by Oasis Petroleum. I'm a development engineer for them. Our business address is 1001 Bannon, Suite 1500. That's in Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Cole, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And have you put together some engineering-related exhibits relating to this case?
Yep. The next two exhibits are engineering exhibits.
Sure. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Carruthers be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Cole, let's start with E1. It's a little bit unique of a spacing unit. So if you could kind of walk us through your kind of thought process here, and then your proposed development plan and how these wells would be drilled and completed?
Yes. Okay. So on E1, you can see we're planning 4 3-milers. The overall goal here was to capture as much of the Section 13 as possible. So what we're planning on doing is coming with that western well, kind of snaking that around, capturing as much reserves as we can out of 2 and 11, and then also making it a 3-miler, capturing that western side of Section 13, and then with our eastern 3-mile wells, infilling and then kind of fanning out once we get into that Section 13. We're planning 4 wells, like Nathan mentioned, all in the middle Bakken, and we plan to stay within the 150 north-south and 500 east-west setbacks.
Okay. And Cole, Greg alluded a little bit to the, I guess, the existing development that really surrounds Section 13, that's 640. In your opinion, is this sort of development plan that you're looking at, is that going to be the most efficient way to economically develop these lands?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. Let's move on then to the next exhibit. Can you take us through the volumetric data and the economics?
Okay. Here, the reservoir properties for the middle Bakken, we're looking at initial reservoir pressure around 5,900, temperature around 212, pretty thick zone at 68 feet, average porosity 6.5, and water saturation about 55%. Our oil gravity is 38.7, and then our gas, we're looking at specific gravity of just below 1 at 0.919, and then our initial GOR is 925, and we expect that to increase steadily as we produce formation. And then our oil formation volume factor is 1.3. From those properties, in our spacing, we get to original oil in place of 16.2 million barrels. Our single well EUR, we're expecting 795,000 barrels of oil from each of these wells. With 4 wells, that gives us a recovery factor of about 20%. On our economics, we're still using a pretty low oil price of 55 and 250. Our estimated lateral length is just over 15,500. Our investment per well will be $9,172,000, and we expect net sales of oil and gas to be $38 million to give us an undiscounted return on investment of about 2.
Okay.
That's all I have for these exhibits.
Sure. So Cole, in your opinion then, would this development that you've described, in your opinion, is that going to prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and also protect correlative rights?
Yes, I believe it does.
I have no further questions for Mr. Carruthers. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Cole, on your exhibit E1, where are your where are you going to have more than one surface location?
We have identified a surface location to the north that looks the most promising, and we're planning on drilling it from one pad. So all 4 wells from one pad.
So if Oasis has no interest in Section 13, what's driving Oasis to include this in the spacing unit?
That improves our economics, bringing in a working interest partner and then extending our lateral, taking these from 2-mile or 3-mile wells. Our economics are greatly improved, just based on dollar per well and footage that you're in the reservoir.
So a previous witness alluded to the fact that Hess was supportive of this. How in-depth conversations have you had with Hess?
So the conversations we've had with Hess, and Greg can correct me if I speak anywhere, but Nicole was talking to them, and most of that was verbal communication, in which I believe they approached us and presented this as an idea for us to space over their section.
So on the north line of section 13, what kind of setback is Oasis anticipating from those corners?
What kind of setback, or how far, or are you asking like how far you think that well will be away from those, from the north line of 13?
Well, the corner point itself, if you go north-south, it's a 150-foot setback. If you go east-west, it's a 500-foot setback. So what is Oasis anticipating will be the setback? Are you planning to keep the wells at least 500 feet from those corners?
Correct, yes. So 500 feet from that corner to the west still puts us in our optimal spacing. Then once we hit that corner, we're going to start to deviate to the east and capture as much of that undrained reserves as we can.
Where you have the bottleneck, so to speak, there on that north line of section 13, is there any change in the style of completion you do there?
More than likely, yes. It'll probably be either further spaced out stages or just less sanded proppant per stage, because that is tighter than our ideal spacing. Yes.
The sections 2 and 11 and 1 and 12 spacing units have been developed on a 1,280 acre basis. So the owners in the east half of 2 and 11 have shared in the wells drilled in the west half. And likewise, the owners in 1 and 12, the owners in the west half have shared in the wells in the east half. Do you know, does Oasis have I assume has a breakdown of the mineral interest ownership in those two spacing units and where they're located?
I do not have that data, Greg. Do you?
Yeah, this is Greg Sandberg. I can speak to that. Yeah, we have all the information on the mineral ownership in there, and it's anticipated that the underlying 2 1280 spacing units and the 640 spacing unit in section 13 will all contribute to this unit. So we won't do a physical division based on tract location. It will be diluted across those 5 sections and attributed as such.
So what's the impact to correlative rights if the owners in 2 and 11 and 1 and 12 have to share some of that oil with the owners in section 13?
So it's going to be based on a surface acreage contribution to the unit. So the east half of the east half of sections 2 and 11 will only contribute those acres to the unit and will share proportionately. So all of the owners in section 2 and 11 will share proportionately in the acres contributed from the east half of the east half of 2 and 11. Same for the west half of 1 and 12. So those two sections will only contribute 640 acres approximately to the 1,600 acre spacing unit. And then the owners in section 13 will contribute 640 acres to that same 1,600 acre spacing unit.
So do the owners in section 13 get a disproportionate share of the oil?
They will get their share of the oil based on the contribution of the spacing unit.
Did Oasis look at drilling wells on an east-west direction and into section 18? Or did you have discussions with Hess concerning that?
I don't believe we have discussions with Hess. I believe that's EOG there to the east, and they're moderately infilled over there, and it's all diagonal wells. And so I believe, this is the landman talking, that the development pattern over there wouldn't be quite as conducive to that as drilling from the north as we're planning here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cole, that Hess well that's drilled across section 13, do you know what the cum oil is?
I do not have that.
Since that's a Middle Bakken well and that's also your targets, how far away are you going to stay away from that lateral on your frac stages?
We don't have the exact distance we're going to be away. We are going to space off a bit, again, based on, kind of like you alluded to, the reserves that they've already recovered and what we estimate their stimulated reservoir volume to be. So I don't have an exact distance for you right now.
Does Hess plan to continue to produce that well in section 13 after you drill these wells?
We have not asked them that question directly, unless Greg, otherwise. But we can reach out to them. Yes, we believe that is their indication. We're not 100% though.
How long will these laterals be?
They will be just over 3 miles. So with your deviation, and then depending on how we curve them, they'll be 15,500 to 16,000.
Has Oasis drilled some of these in the recent past? This distance?
We haven't drilled to 16,000 feet, but we have drilled very close. We've drilled closer to 2.5 mile wells, and we didn't really see too many issues. So we believe that we can drill to this distance, yes.
What's the timing? When will you spud?
There's 2 spots where they might fit in our drill plan, either mid-2023 or when we come back to this area in 2024. So at the earliest, it would be July, August 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Was there anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I do have one request, Cole. Could you submit the economics for a 640 acre spacing unit well and economics for a 1,280 acre spacing unit well?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And I should also add that we would like to incorporate the production from that Hess well, so we have that in the record.
No
Okay,
objection.
I can add that to my submission.
We will just take administrative notice of that. Thank you.
Right, then we just have that, the economics supplement. How long do you need for that?
Cole, can you get that done in a week, or do you need longer?
We can do that in a week.
We'll leave the record open till June 1st. That's next Wednesday, 2022. And anything further?
No, Mr. Examiner.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29339. Moving on, case number 29340, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the camp and/or Willow Creek Bakken pools to allow the Relin Federal 5201 41-2 2B well to be drilled and completed in such fashion that portions of the well bore may be less than 500 feet from the northern boundary of the spacing unit consisting of the east half and east half, the east half of the west half of Section 11, all of Section 12, Township 152 North, Range 101 West, and all of Section 7, and the west half of Section 8, Township 152 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County, ND, and as an exception to the applicable well location requirements, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. And, Mr. Examiner, if I may, 29340 and 29341, the next case on the docket, they're separate exception location cases for Oasis, but they're really tied together. It's sort of like a mirror image of what happened. We've got, one laydown spacing in to the north where the well that's closest to the southern boundary crossed the setback a little bit, and then immediately to the laydown below that, the northernmost well crossed the setback slightly. So I guess it would probably be a lot easier and more efficient if we could hear these together for purposes, or consolidate for purposes of hearing.
Would there be any objection from staff for consolidating these two cases for hearing? Seeing none, we will go ahead and read out that second case. That is case number 29341. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Camp and or Willow Creek Bakken pools to allow the Rin Lee Federal 5201 41-2 6B well to be drilled and completed in such fashion that portions of the wellbore may be less than 500 feet from the southern boundary of the spacing unit consisting of the east half and east half of the east half of the west half of Section 2, all of Section 1, Township 152 North, Range 101 West, and all of Section 2, and the west half of Section 5, Township 152 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie and Williams County, ND, as an exception to the applicable well location requirements or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. You may continue.
And, Mr. Examiner, in each of these cases, then I'll have two witnesses. Greg Sandberg will address land issues again, and then I will have Andrew Soto address engineering issues.
All right. Mr. Sandberg, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And, Mr. Examiner, is Mr. Sandberg still qualified as an expert in
Yes.
these cases?
Continue to testify as an expert.
And so, Greg, let's go ahead and, for each of the cases, look at L1 and identify each of the applicable spacing units that we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. So L1 in case 29340 shows the locator map. L2 gives the working interest summary and the DSU description of 152, 100, Section 7, all, Section 8, west half to west half. That second DSU call-out should be 152, 101, Section 11, east half of the east half, and the east half of the west half, Section 12, all. And we have a 71.12% working interest for that spacing unit.
And then L3, that really kind of ties it together, and it's the same in both cases, correct? And identifies both of those spacing units and the wells at issue?
Yes, that is correct. Please note that the DSU descriptions on there are incorrect, and I apologize for letting that slip through.
Sure. So, and Greg, from a land standpoint, you understand that these are both exception location cases, and with exception location cases, there's requirement in the commission's rules that you serve notice on affected owners in the adjoining unit, and that notice needs to go to working interest owners, unleased mineral owners, and any of Oasis lessors. You're familiar with that requirement?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Greg, through counsel, in each of these cases, did you serve the adjoining owners in each of these spacing units?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Sandberg, and I'd offer the land exhibits in these cases.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Greg, do you know why in the caption, the Willow Creek field was included?
Caption. On which exhibit are you looking at?
Well, I'm not looking at an exhibit, I'm looking at the caption for this case. It says, amending the applicable order for the camp and/or Willow Creek Bakken pool. Do you know why Willow Creek was included?
I do not, but I can look into that.
I didn't want to know if I'm missing something
No,
here.
I think, Mark, let me see. I think part of the lands in either one or both these spacing units might be included within Willow Creek Field.
Oh, over in 5 and 8.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, was it Mr. Soto on the line?
Correct, Andrew Soto.
Andrew Soto? Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes,
Soto?
sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Andrew, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Andrew Soto, a drilling advisor for Oasis Petroleum. Address 1001 Bannon Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, zip code 77002. Drilling advisor again.
And Andrew, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can you briefly give us your educational background and work experience?
Yes, sir. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Petroleum Engineering from Texas A&M in 2007. From the summer of 2007 to December of 2008, I worked as a field engineer in various capacities, from production, workover, completions, and drilling in the Permian Basin. From January 2009 to December of 2010, I worked as a production engineer in the San Juan Basin in Farmington, New Mexico. Then from there, January 11 to November of 2013, I was a drilling engineer in both basins, the San Juan Basin and the Permian Basin. For all this work was for Energen Resources. Come November of 2013, I hired on with Oasis Petroleum and have served in various roles from 2013 to present day, all within drilling engineering department. Roles include senior drilling engineer, engineering supervisor, drilling manager, and now currently a drilling advisor, and have been in the advisory role since February of 2020 to today.
Okay. And Andrew, were you involved in the drilling of both the Rin-Lee and the Ryland Federal wells that are at issue today?
I was involved with that.
Okay. And you can address what happened with respect to each of these wells crossing over the respective setbacks in the orders?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Soto be received as that of an expert in these cases.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And let's see. Andrew, let's start. Exhibit D1 in both cases is primarily the same exhibit. Can you maybe start kind of broad level before we get into sort of the specific footages and things like that with the crossing, and just kind of explain to us on D1 sort of what happened with the drilling of each of these, and how they ended up crossing the hard line setback?
Yes, on D1, you see each lateral. Those are as-drilled placements on the DSUs, their respective DSU. They were originally planned for 525 feet from their respective section line, whether it be from the north line or from the south line, on how they sit. And if we go on to further exhibits, I can further explain how we managed to cross those lines and why it was missed.
Yep. Let's move on then
Okay.
to D2 in each of them. I mean, it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's essentially sort of the same issue happened with both wells, which ultimately resulted in both of them crossing the setback hard line, correct?
That is correct. Once we were notified we missed one, we immediately looked into the second to find out that they both crossed the hard line in the exact same manner.
Yeah, so let's go on to D2 and then kind of maybe explain how that happened.
Yes, so in our planning and permitting process on D2, you see that our horizontal, where it's placed and permitted is 525 feet from the section line, and that is proper and correct. What the barrier that was missed was the hard line was placed in the wrong spot. The hard line is currently 150 feet away from the section line, and this plan was copied and pasted over to the directional drillers plan, and so we have our own window that we're allowed to stay in as an oasis practice. So we stay 50 feet north or south in this case from the plan line before corrections are made. And had this hard line been put in the proper spot, we would have narrowed down our exception to deviate from plan so that we wouldn't have crossed it. So you'll find here that they did cross the hard line, being that they were 25 feet planned from the line, drifted 50 feet with the window of allowing them to drift 50 feet from plan line. They ended up crossing the hard line.
Sure. So in explaining it, I think we kind of went through D2, D3. Can you just kind of confirm what you have on D3 in each of these?
Yes, D3 shows where the hard line should have been, and if that were the case, say for 525 feet from the south line, our drilling window would have been, you're allowed to drift 50 feet north of plan line, but 0 feet south of plan line. So a drilling barrier would have kicked in there had the directional drillers properly have seen that the hard line was 500 feet from south line versus the incorrect version that had 150 feet from south line.
And then on D4, does that sort of depict and reflect kind of the ultimate outcome of what we're looking at now?
That is correct on both D4s. This is a top view looking at various points across the lateral. And if you start in the upper left, that would be where our 7-inch casing is set. And if you see on the Lee Federal 6B, we stay within our hard line and inside our setback all the way up until 14,622 feet. And that's where we first crossed the 500-foot from south line hard line. And we stay there outside that 500-foot setback until 16,722 feet. And then cross back over and TD the well with no other crossing.
So, Andrew, right now we've got a situation where we've got both the Lee and the Ryland Federal, where each of those portions of those well bores anyway both cross the setback hard line and currently are in violation of the field orders. Is it they essentially kind of mirror each other with respect to, how far they cross? Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate in terms of as reasonable as expected can be from a drilling rig that wanders north and south while drilling the lateral.
And what's the status of these wells? They've been drilled. Is that they haven't been completed?
That's correct. They have not been completed. They have been drilled. We are expecting a frac prep to start around August 1st.
So we're going to be requesting that you be allowed to complete and then produce these wells, in their current location, obviously, where they've crossed the setback hardline as an exception to the commission's field order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And sort of based on, how far they've crossed and the fact that they both essentially, each of these wells sort of mirror each other with respect to, their crossing into the respective hard lines. Do you have any concern with respect to either well draining the other spacing unit?
I do not, and the reason for that statement is these wells will be fracked at the same time. We will use the same completion style for each job. They will be zippered, so pressuring up stages at the same time for both wells. They will be cleaned out both before producing, and then first production should occur at the same time. So I do not feel that they will infringe upon each other.
So you have no concerns with correlative rights of any owners or with either of these wells producing more than their proportionate share of oil?
That is correct. No concern.
I have no further questions for Mr. Soto. I'd offer exhibits D1 through D4 in each of these cases.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
And Andrew, is there a lease line well planned between these two, or has one been drilled?
No lease line has been drilled, and we do not plan to drill one either.
And what is the target zone for each of the wells?
The target zone was Middle Bakken for each well.
Do you know if the 7-inch, I assume it's 7-inch production casing or whatever production casing you set, has that information been submitted to the commission?
It has.
It has?
Through our the standard reporting process, or through this venue right here?
Well, either. I want access to it.
Yeah, we should have our regulatory as drilled submitted.
So you don't have any objection? You don't have any objection to making the production casing point part of the record?
No, I do not.
Just a little curious as to the location on your directional drilling plan, the location of these wells and the familiarity with setbacks that the commission has long established at 500 feet from the north and south boundary of a lay-down space unit. How was that error not caught?
So through the planning process, it was not specifically called out when submitted our plans to the directional planner, which is, it previously used to be internally handled through Oasis.
Through the years, we have since gone to third-partying that plan out, and no hard lines were specifically called when requesting this plan. So the third planner had placed that hard line on himself, and then no, that wasn't a part of our original process to specifically look for and confirm. More or less, we were looking for surface hole, curve, landing, and bottom hole location. Those since have been corrected, and now when requesting a plan, we specifically call out our hard line on what we want to see, and then we request that they're placed on the plots as well.
So you've had conversations with your third-party vendor,
That is correct.
and Oasis has some type of internal policy now to double-check that?
Yes, sir. We have actually implemented multiple barriers besides just that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in cases number 29340 and 29341. Moving on. Case number 29342. Application of Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bakken pool to establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 157 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, ND, and authorize 7 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this case on behalf of Bakken Investments 2 LLC. I have 3 witnesses testifying in this case. Jaden Emerson, Amanda Johnston, and Seth Rudolph. And I'll call them now. Wade Mann. Hey, Jaden. All right, we've got you live in the hearing room.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and so your first witness was Ms. Emerson?
Mr.
Emerson, sorry. Mr. Emerson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Jaden, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Jaden Emerson. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as a senior land negotiator with a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Jaden, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you've prepared some land exhibits for the hearings today?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Emerson be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay, Jaden, let's start with Exhibit 1. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit for us?
Yes, Exhibit 1 is a location map of the Ray Field, Township 157 North, Range 96 West. There are two existing spacing units in which Hess operates one well in each unit. Stand-up unit comprised of Section 17 and 20, and a stand-up unit comprised of Section 29 and 32, outlined by the blue boundary. Indicated in a green boundary is the requested 1,920 acre spacing unit encompassing sections 20, 29, and 32.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 2. Can you take us through your working interest in the proposed unit and the underlying spacing units?
Sure. Exhibit 2 is an estimated leasehold working interest ownership for the underlying spacing units operated by Hess and in the overlapping spacing unit that we're requesting for the 1920 acre unit. In the Tong Trust, comprised of sections 17 and 20, Hess has an estimated approximate 62% working interest. In the DSU, comprised of sections 29 and 32, or our Gotong Trust A DSU, Hess owns approximately 59% working interest. And for the overlapping 1,920 acre spacing unit that's requested, Hess owns approximately 60% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Emerson. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Jaden, in the Tong Trust Space Unit, does Hess have an interest in Section 17?
Yes, I believe we do. I'll have to follow up to confirm.
I assume since you have 62% of the
Well,
unit.
yeah, we should, correct, we should have, because we would, if we have over 50%, yes, that's correct. Yes, we do.
So you may not be the appropriate witness and feel free to defer, but what's going to happen to Section 17?
I think I'll defer to our engineering, reservoir engineering for that. That have some exhibit prepared later, but I think that's the more appropriate witness.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Ms. Johnson, are you on the line?
I am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Amanda, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. My name is Amanda Johnston. I'm currently employed as an operations geologist for Hess Corporation, located at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Amanda, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes,
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
Okay, and you've prepared some geology exhibits for the hearings today?
Yes.
I'd move the testimony of Ms. Johnston be received as that of an expert in these cases.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Amanda, let's start with Exhibit 3, your structure map.
Exhibit 3 shows location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 1920 DSU in green. This is a top middle Bakken structure map presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the west-southwest. And you see line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section you'll see in Exhibit 4.
Okay, and let's go ahead and move on to the cross-section.
Exhibit 4 is the stratigraphic cross-section, flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the area.
Okay, And I have no further questions for Ms. Johnston. I'd offer the geology exhibits 3 and 4.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? I did not catch the name of your third witness.
It was Seth Rudolph.
Rudolph. Mr. Rudolph, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Seth, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Seth Rudolph, employed by Hess Corporation. I'm a reservoir engineering advisor. And the address, the test is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Seth, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have not.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and take us through your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering from Texas Tech University. Graduated in 2007. I have nearly 15 years of upstream oil and gas experience, with a little over 10 years been focused on the subsurface. And I've spent the past 4.5 years specific to the Bakken.
Okay. And are you familiar with the engineering-related matters for this proposed 1920?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Rudolph be received as that of an expert.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Seth, let's start with exhibit number 5. If you can take us through your proposed plan of development for this 1920, and if you can also address Mr. Bohr's question on, what development's going to look like to the north and what would happen to 17.
Sure. So as you can see here in section 20, 29, and 32, plan to drill 5 middle box wells here. And to answer the question about section 17, the plan will be to drill 3-mile laterals on 17, 8, and 5, which will be handled at a later date. So that's how we'll capture resources associated with section 17. As you can see here, roughly 15,000-foot lateral, 3-mile laterals here on these 5 middle Bakken development wells.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit 5 then, if you can summarize your reservoir data and economics for us.
Sure, and apologize, this is actually exhibit 6. As you can see, gross thickness about 81 feet, porosity 6%, oil saturation 48%. The 1920 acres, oil in place here is a little over 22 million barrels. Ultimate economic recoverable for a single middle Bakken well is 665,000 barrels of oil. Stepping into the economic summary here, individual well cost $10,300,000. 30-day average oil rate 815, IP a little over 1,000 barrels of oil per day. GOR here 1,800 SCF per stock tank barrel. The NPV at $7.2 million, rate of return 58%. And these economics assume 100% working interest, 80% NRI.
Okay. So Seth, in your opinion, if this spacing's approved and this development is followed, is that going to prevent waste and protect relative rights and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Seth, that north spacing you alluded to of 5, 8, and 17, do you know when Hess plans to apply for that spacing unit?
I do not.
Do you know when Hess plans to begin development in the subject spacing unit?
Yes, the west side of the DSU, currently wells 2, 3, and 4 have a spud date of January of 23. The eastern wells do not have a spud date at this time, outside the 5-year window currently.
The application was for 7 horizontal wells in a space unit, but Hess only plans to drill 5.
That's correct.
Typically, when establishing 1920s like this, where we're carving up existing 1280s, the commission would prefer to see space units applied for that don't appear to strand any acreage. Do you know if Hess plans to apply for that future space unit before January of 23?
I don't have a date on that.
Is that something that Hess is willing to do?
We can talk internally and report back if that's appropriate.
Yeah, please do. Submit something along the lines of what's going to happen to 5, 8, and 17. Thank you.
Yep.
Seth, on your exhibit 5, you're depicting drilling the wells from a pad in the north. Has that pad been confirmed at this point, or is that up for debate yet?
Yes, that pad location has not been finalized as of right now. That's kind of a placeholder location there.
Any chance you would drill them from the south?
Currently, our plans to drill them from the north.
If you did drill them from the north as depicted, would you likely also develop the future spacing unit to the north from that same pad, or is that undetermined at this point?
I think that's undetermined, but that would be the idea.
Okay. I guess another question, this is for either Seth or Amanda, whoever wants to address it, but you're proposing entirely Middle Bakken development. Is there any plans for Three Forks development in the area?
Not at this time.
Is your Middle Bakken development also producing Three Forks reserves, or is that undetermined?
Yes, sir, we believe it does.
Okay, thank you.
Seth, why are only wells 2 through 4 on the drilling schedule and not 5 and 6?
Currently, we plan to drill the 2, 3, 4, and in an upcoming case, we'll close the lease line wells. Those 4 wells will be developed together, and then we'll come back and drill the eastern batch of wells.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Mr. Mann, is there anything further on this matter?
Not on this case. Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
We did have a request for a supplement on those discussions.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of timeline did you need for that?
Yeah, I don't know, Jaden, would that be for you? How long before we can get back to the commission to address what development to the north will look like for 5, 8, and 17?
Wade, I believe we could get back to them this week if I believe that's possible.
Would June 1 be sufficient?
Yes, June 1 should be next week, by next Wednesday. Yep.
Okay.
We should be able to do that.
The record will remain open for supplements until June 1st, 2022. Let's see. The time is 12:07 p.m. Do we want to break for an hour for lunch?
Mr. Examiner, next case is a Hess 3840, which is a lease line that encompasses this last proposed 1920.
In the interest of time, then we will take that one as well before lunch. All right, so that is case number 29343, application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ray Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 157 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, ND, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC, and I have the same 3 witnesses appearing in this case.
Mr. Emerson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Examiners, confirm each of them remain qualified as experts?
They will all remain qualified as experts.
All right. Jaden, let's go ahead and go through exhibit number 1. Can you identify the proposed 3840?
Yes, Exhibit 1 is a location map of the Ray Field, Township 157 North, Range 96 West. There are 4 existing 1280 stand-up Hess-operated units, comprised of 17 and 20, 18 and 19, 30 and 31, 29 and 32, and the requested 3,840 acre spacing unit for the lease line corridor overlaps sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, and it is outlined by the green boundary.
Okay. And Jaden, just to confirm, 20, 29, and 32, that's the proposed 1920 that we previously addressed in the last case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go through exhibit number 2. If you can just briefly take us through your working interest in the proposed spacing unit and the underlying units.
Sure. Exhibit 2 is an estimated leasehold working interest ownership breakdown by the underlying spacing units and the overlapping spacing units. So in section 17 and 20, Hess owns approximately 62% working interest, and sections 18 and 19 owns approximately 81% working interest, and sections 30 and 31 Hess owns approximately 54% working interest, and in sections 29 and 32 Hess owns approximately 59% working interest. In the 3840 overlapping spacing unit, Hess owns approximately 62% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Emerson. I'd offer exhibits 1 and 2.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Sorry.
Jaden, along the lines of the request in the previous case, does Hess have an anticipation of establishing a 3840 to the north of this?
I would defer that question to Seth.
Okay.
I assume it is part of the development plan, but I think he could best answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Amanda, can you take us through your exhibit 3 structure map?
Yes. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 3840 DSU in green. This is the top middle block structure map presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the west, southwest, where line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
Okay, and let's go ahead and move on to the cross-section. Take us through that quickly.
Exhibit 4 is the stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the area.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for Ms. Johnston. I'd offer exhibits 3 and 4.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Mr. Rudolph, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Seth, can you take us through exhibit 5 and address development of this proposed 3840 as well as what your intentions are to the north again?
Yes, as you can see, this lease line well will be developed as previously mentioned with the 2, 3, and 4 wells. I think it's very likely that we'll propose, as mentioned, the lease line well going to the north, being a 3-mile lateral as well. Rough spacing here between development wells is 700-foot spacing. And again, we drilled from the same location as the 2, 3, and 4 previously shown.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and move on to exhibit number 6, if you can take us through the reservoir data and economics.
Sure, gross thickness, 81 feet, porosity 6%, oil saturation 48%, oil in place, a little over 22 million barrels, economic ultimate recovery, 665,000 barrels of oil. Transitioning into economic summary here, well cost $10,300,000, 30-day average oil rate 815 barrels of oil per day, GOR 1800 SCF per Scott tank barrel. The MPV 10 here, $7.2 million, rate of return to 58%. Economics to run, assuming 100% working interest, 80% NRI, and $60 WTI.
And Seth, would creation of this spacing unit to allow for drilling of the lease line well, is that going to prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, it will.
You have no further questions that offer exhibits 5 and 6 in the gas capture plan affidavit?
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Seth, as in the previous case, if Hess can submit something for the record as to what its plans are for a 3840 to the north, it will help us in making our decision in this case.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions from staff? And Mr. Mann, would that June 1st?
Yeah, I
date
think
work
June
again?
1st is fine, thanks.
Record will remain open for that supplement until June 1st, 2022. Anything further?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29343. And with that, it is 12:15 p.m. Why don't we take an hour for lunch, meet back here at 1:15 p.m. We are on the record. Case number 29344. Application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Grinnell Bakken, Sand Creek Bakken, and/or Keene Bakken Three Forks pools to establish an overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit described as sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, Township 153 North, Range 96 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to June. Case number 29345, application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sand Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 10, and 15, Township 153 North, Range 96 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize 7 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to June. Case number 29346, application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Lost Bridge and/or Bear Creek Bakken pools to establish a stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 10, 15, and 22, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to June. In case number 29280, application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sandrocks Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 150 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oventive Production, Inc. I have 3 witnesses appearing in this case and the next one telephonically, and it's Rich Newhart, Land, George Jennings, Geology, and Brian Power, Engineering.
All right. Mr. Newhart, are you on the line? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Rich, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Richard Newhart. I'm employed by Oventive USA, Inc. as a land negotiator. Our business address is 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, The Woodland, Texas, 77380.
And Rich, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can you briefly take us through your educational background and work experience?
I can. Yeah, I have a bachelor's in business administration and energy management from the University of Oklahoma. Graduated in 2014. I've been engaged in land work for the last 8 years here at Oventive USA, Inc. and in Can Oil and Gas prior to our restructuring, our renaming, across multiple basins. I've worked Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Utah, and now the Bakken.
Okay. And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units in these hearings today?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Newhart be received as that of an expert in these cases.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Rich, let's start with Exhibit L1. Can you take us through that locator map?
Yeah, L1 is simply a map just to help everybody get oriented with the area of the basin we're talking about. That's all it is simply.
Sure. And then let's move on. It looks like I got 2 L1s. This should be L2, but it's the map identifying the proposed 2560. Can you take us through that exhibit?
Yeah, I apologize for mislabeling. It's a 2560 that we're proposing that would overlap one Oventive operated current 1280 spacing unit, as well as half of one Grayson Mills operated spacing unit and half of one Bowline operated spacing unit in order to do refund development.
And then moving on to L3, can you take us through your working interest in the proposed spacing unit?
Yeah, so we've broken up the interest of the various 1280s here. At the very bottom, though, you'll see the consolidated interest in 2560. Oventive will be one of the larger working interest owners at 23%, with a few other folks in there as well.
And Rich, will you be communicating with the operators of those other spacing units with respect to operatorship of the proposed well?
Yes, we
I have no further questions for Mr. Newhart. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Jennings, are you on the line?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
George, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is George Jennings. I'm employed by Oventive USA Incorporated. My job title is a geologist, and I'm employed at 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
George, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Okay. Can you go ahead and take us through your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I received my Bachelor of Science in Geology at New Mexico State University in Las Cruces in 2012, and I received my Master of Science in Geology at Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah in 2014. Since then, I've been employed as a geologist working in the oil and gas industry for the last 8 years.
Okay. And are you familiar with the geology underlying these proposed spacing units?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Jennings be received as that of an expert in these cases.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And George, go ahead and take us through your Exhibit G1, the Upper Bakken structure map.
Sure. This is a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale. You can see on the left of the unit, or the west of the unit, our structure is ranging from about negative 8,750 feet to, on the east, about negative 8,710 feet, TBD subsea.
Okay. And let's move on to the type log.
So this is a type log, a nearby type log of the geology in the area, highlighting the Upper Bakken Shale, our Middle Bakken, and the Lower Bakken Shale. The proposed drilling targets are going to be the Middle Bakken. On the left side of the log is the gamma ray with the color of colored in various shades of yellow. And in the center of the log is the resistivity, and on the right side of the log is our porosity log.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Jennings, and I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Power, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Brian Power. I'm employed by Oventive as a senior reservoir engineer. My address is 4 Waterway Square, Suite 100, Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And Brian, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you put together some engineering-related exhibits for the hearings?
That's correct.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Power be received as that of an expert in these cases.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Brian, let's start with Exhibit E1. Can you describe your intended development plan for this proposed spacing unit?
Sure. The plan is to drill one Middle Bakken well just to the east of the section line to space away a little bit from the existing wells, in particular the laydowns in 9 and 10. And we would drill that well within the setbacks for the 2516.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit E2. Can you just briefly describe how you would drill and complete the proposed well?
Yeah, we plan to drill the well as a 5.5-inch monobore casing design. The design we show here is our most robust casing design to allow for any sort of saltwater flow risk. So this is a cautious completion design for us. We also plan to plug and perf from a completion standpoint with a frac job.
Okay. Then let's move on to E3, if you can take us through the reservoir data and economics.
Sure. So this is depicting the oil in place calculations and economics. So we have calculated an oil in place of 24 million barrels
That is on a 1280 basis. Anticipate a recovery factor of 13%. That would be for the full development of the DSU. Whenever you look at our type curve on a $55 WTI price deck, we expect to have a return on investment of 1.7.
So Brian, in your opinion, would creation of the spacing unit and drilling of the lease line well, would that prevent waste and protect our lot of rights?
Yes, it would.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits, including the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brian, where do you plan to locate the well in relation to the section line?
Yeah, so we plan to offset the well about 200 feet to the east of the section line. That's our current plan.
And where is the surface location?
Currently, our planned surface location is going to be at the north end of section 35, so we would be off lease, just above our section 2 that we operate.
So at the south end of 35?
The south end of 35, that's right. And this would be for both the section line well and then the other wells that we plan to develop in sections 2 and 11.
So you have more wells planned in 2 and 11?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Brian, currently the existing wells on 2 and 11, the westernmost well, what's the target on that one?
Target on that one is Middle Bakken.
So how far in between that existing Middle Bakken well and the proposed section line well?
Would be approximately 400 to 500 feet, depending on where you are in the lateral.
And is it a mix of wells on 9 and 10? Sorry, a mix of targets for the wells on 9 and 10? Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells?
In 9 and 10, yes, I believe they are all Middle Bakken wells. Oh, yeah, so you're talking about the bow line wells, correct?
Yeah, the laydown wells on 9 and 10 currently.
Yeah, they appear to all be Middle Bakken.
And are they drilled to within 150 feet of the section line?
Yeah, the best of my calculations shows them just over 200 feet from the section line, roughly 220 from kind of a rough view.
So the placement on your lateral puts you about 400 feet away from their toes and 400 feet away from your horizontal well?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Brian, this is Bruce Hicks. On your exhibit E3, you show 3 million barrels estimated ultimate recovery in the spacing unit. How many wells is going to be drilled on it?
Yes, assuming 8 total wells.
Okay, and then one of those wells, is it a section, half of a section line well on each side of the spacing unit then?
Yes, that'd be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, is there anything further in this matter, Mr. Manning?
No, Mr. Examiner.
All right, that will conclude the hearing in case number 29280. Moving on, case number 29281, application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Tobacco Garden Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 150 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oventive Production, Inc., and I have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
All right. Mr. Newhart, Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And you may question them all as expert witnesses.
Okay, great. Rich, go ahead and start with your locator map again, L1.
Yeah, once again, just a map to help orient everybody on the part of the basin we're speaking to for this case.
Okay, and then I guess the other L1 with, just can you identify the proposed spacing unit?
Yeah, so you can see the dotted line is the dash line is our proposed 2560 unit, comprised of two 1280 DSUs, one operated by Ovenev and the other operated by XPO.
Okay. And then L3, can you take us through your working interest in the spacing unit?
Once again, we provided working interest for both 1280s, and at the bottom you'll see a summary of the 2560 interest. Ovenev will be approximately 30% working interest in this 2560 unit.
Okay. And will you be communicating with XTO with regard to operatorship of the lease line well?
Yes, we will.
I have no further questions for Mr. Newhart. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Mr. Jennings, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And George, go ahead and take us through G1, the structure map.
Sure, this is a structure map, just kind of showing the overall structure in the area. The average structure, or the average depth is about negative 8,850 feet TBD sub C through these units.
Okay. And let's move on to the type log, G2.
In a similar format to before, on the left is the gamma ray, in the center is the resistivity logs, and on the right are the neutron density porosity logs. This interval is just highlighting the upper Bakken shale, the middle Bakken, and the lower Bakken shale, with the target that we intend to drill being the middle Bakken, highlighted again on this type log.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Jennings. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
George, you're showing one well on your exhibit G1, although the application was for two. Is it just one well you're going to drill?
This is Rich Newhart. I apologize, I meant to touch on that at the beginning. So we initially got 2 wells. Feedback. But recent application is drill 1. And so I apologize if that wasn't properly communicated and adjustments weren't made on the docket. Whatever action the commission needs out of us to get that corrected, we will get done timely, if any.
He was kind of cutting out. Wade, do you know what he said?
Yeah, I think, Rich, just to confirm, you cut out a little bit. You're only seeking 1 well now, not 2, correct?
Right, the decision was made after the application was made to only seek 1 well.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Mr. Power, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Brian, let's start with E1. Can you walk us through your proposed development plan for this spacing unit?
Yes, for sure. We've got one middle Bakken well planned on the section line that goes right down the middle between sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, where Oventive operates sections 5 and 8, and XTO operates 4 and 9.
Okay. Move on to E2. How would you propose to drill and complete the well?
Yes, very similar fashion to the last case. We do plan to have a 5.5-inch monobore. We do plan on plug and perfing and multi-stage frac on this well.
Okay. And E3, what does the reservoir data and economics look like?
Yeah, so on here we've got an oil in place of 24,000 MBO on a 1280 basis. Recovery factor is 14% for the full development. Head type curve on a $55 deck. We expect a 1.7 return on investment.
Okay. And in your opinion, would that protect correlative rights and prevent waste?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits, including the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brian, where is the surface location for this well?
We're still in the process of determining where exactly it'll be, but we do plan on it being on the north end of either section 5 or potentially on the south end of section 32 off lease. Section 5 would be in the lease.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, this is Bruce Hicks. If your surface location was located outside your spacing unit, the commission may actually require you to tractor in a radial bond log or some log to indicate the presence of cement across the spacing unit and to your setback. Are you aware of that?
I believe our drilling department is aware of that, but yes, I've heard that mentioned before.
Okay. Well, if you have any questions, please give us a call.
Okay.
Thank you.
I sure will.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29281. Moving on, case number 29347. Application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hebron Bakken Pool to establish a laydown 2240-acre spacing unit described as sections 34, 35, and 36, Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and Section 31, Township 155 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, ND, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating LLC. I intend to call 3 witnesses telephonically: Alan White, Brian Lucero, and Matt Luna. Wade Mann. Alan, can you hear me? Yep, you all there? All right, we're live.
All right, Mr. White, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Alan, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Alan White. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as their lane manager. Our address is 9805 Katy Freeway, Suite 300, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Alan, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the land matters associated with this spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. White be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as that of an expert.
All right, Alan, can you go ahead and take us through Exhibit L1?
Sure. L1 is a regional locator map of the Hebron field. Moving on to Exhibit L2 is a depiction of the proposed 2240-acre spacing unit that Kraken operates. It's our Nadal unit and our, our Wiseman unit. I have depictions of the working interest. Here, we own 100% of the working interest in this unit.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Alan, in your working interest allocation, what sections should be there instead of the ones that are?
Yeah, I just actually noticed that. So it should be sections 34 and 35 by Nadal unit, which would be where sections 5 and 8 are located, and then sections 36 and 31 is our Wiseman unit. So the Wiseman unit is a 1280, and the Nadal unit, because of that correct section there in section 34, is a 960-acre unit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Lucero, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Brian Lucero. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as their geology manager. Our address is 9805 Katy Freeway, Suite 300, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Brian, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lucero be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Brian, go ahead and take us through G1, the structure map.
G1 is a structure map showing on the top of the middle Bakken, 50-foot contour interval, shows the location of the Hebron field, shows regional dip roughly to the southeast, as well as the location of our type log.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to G2. Can you take us through that type log?
The type log is the full 35-2, showing our middle Bakken target.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Lucero. I'd offer geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Luna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Matt, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Matt Luna. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as Vice President of Development. Business address is 9805 Katy Freeway, Suite 300, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Matt, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have, yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you've prepared some engineering-related exhibits for this hearing?
That's correct.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Luna be received as that of an expert in this case.
It will be received as that of an expert.
And Matt, let's start with E1. Can you just describe how you would intend to drill and complete the wells in the proposed spacing unit?
Yes. Exhibit E1 shows the wellbore schematic for the proposed wells within the proposed 2240 DSU, showing all the casing designs, the conductor, surface, intermediate, and liner. Within the liner, we plan to utilize plug and perf and cement the liner. Exhibit E2 shows the proposed development diagram. Box in blue there shows the proposed 2240 spacing unit. The dashed lines represent the wells that we are proposing to execute. The Nadow and Wiseman existing wells there are also shown in black, kind of behind the text boxes there. And moving on to the next one, Exhibit E3 shows the reservoir data around the proposed 2240 DSU. The middle Bakken thickness is roughly 30 to 40 feet. The OOIP per section, we're estimating around 8 to 9 MMBO. And for the reserve, we see the GOR increase as the wells on ESP from 600 to 1500 for the area. After ESP, we convert to rod pump. We see the GOR start to flatten out in the area around 900. And the EUR that we're estimating for the proposed 2240 is around 775,000 barrels of oil. Exhibit E4 goes into the economics for the proposed wells within the 2240 spacing unit. The EUR there shown is 775,000 barrels of oil. Our current projected CapEx for these wells is around $10.25 million. The price deck that we used for these exhibits for what was a recent strip, May 20th, the IRR there shown in the PV10, a little over 280% IRR and 17 million PV10s. Moving on to Exhibit E and 5, what these are just the economics for a 1280 DSU. So if we were to execute the Wiseman unit as a 1280, and then Exhibit E6 shows the economics for the Nadow unit if we were to go drill just the 960 wells. I think these are interesting here because you look at these economics and compare it to Exhibit 4, and Exhibit 4 shows that, that would be the most optimally way to develop these sections here. Exhibit 4 yields a higher NPV. The two combined, it limits multiple pad locations, and it's just overall an efficient development.
So Matt, based on that, in your opinion, is this proposed spacing and development going to prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and protect correlative rights?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Matt, this is Bruce Hicks. On your strip pricing, what does it start out at on your oil and gas prices?
It starts out at current prices. Sorry, I'm echoing. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
But we intend to bring these wells on mid to late 23. So effectively, the economics are starting at around $80, mid 80s. Once the production comes online, mid 23, and then goes all the way down to high 60s over time.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing for case number 29347. Moving on. Case number 29046, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Oliver Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as Section 33, Township 158 North, Range 98 West, and Sections 4 and 9, Township 157 North, Range 98 West, Williams County, ND, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to June. Case number 29230, temporary spacing to develop an oil and or gas pool discovered by the True Oil LLC, number 31-36, Northern State Well, the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 36, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, ND, define the field limits and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. This case is continued to June. Case number 29348, A motion of the commission to determine the amount of bond to be required of RTR Energy LLC for a well to be drilled in section 24, township 133 north, range 97 west, Headinger County, ND, Tree Butte Field pursuant to NDAC section 43020315, and such other action as is appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence King with Zuger, Kermis, and Smith on behalf of RT Energy LLC. Just one quick note, there's a typo in the docket. It's actually TP, T-E-P-E, Butte Field rather than Tree Butte. We were in dialogue with some staff in requesting a drilling permit, and were requested to come in and have the opportunity to have the owner of RTR Energy here, as well as the engineering consultant, Brian George. Excuse me. So that's this hearing was then set in order to address the bond issue, a bond amount. We believe that the presumptive bond amount of $50,000 is appropriate in this instance. So I think we're mostly here to answer any of the commission staff's questions, but we want to provide at least testimony from the owner and the engineer as far as the history of the well and kind of the plan going forward in relation to that.
And so are your witnesses going to provide some testimony first here?
Yes.
Okay, then, so which one is your first?
Royce Raditz.
Royce Raditz. Mr. Raditz, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. And I'm going to have Mr. Raditz kind of go through some of the RTR Energy history and the history of this well. I would note on this PowerPoint, on the third one down, we've got a typo as well. We've got the range 79. It's actually range 97 west. So if you want to correct that on there. And with that, Mr. Raditz, I'm just going to have you kind of go through some of the history of RTR Energy and this particular well.
Okay, my name is Royce Raditz. I'm the owner of RTR Energy. I have about 99% of the minerals on this leasehold. I started acquiring this almost 20 years ago, and we did some 3D seismic about 10 years ago and determined that a portion of the structure was in section 25. We then worked to acquire those minerals, and so we've done that over the last several years. I employed or had a engineering consulting firm called P&M Management operate this well for me. They went out of business about 5 years ago. I had no association with them, no interest in them. I was not a board member or a partner in the firm, and I just employed them as a consulting firm, and so that may have been an issue before with them. And now I'm ready to. I've now got together here with Crescent Consultant Brian George. He's the new petroleum engineering firm, and we're prepared to ask for a permit, to apply for a permit, and to go forward to drill this well.
And was that all your testimony for that?
Yep.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Royce, you had indicated that you own 99% of the minerals. Did you own a sizable amount of these minerals back when the original Erlacher well was drilled and produced?
No, the original Erlacher was drilled by Amoco in 1980. They operated it for a number of years. There was casing issues with the well. It went through numerous, after Amoco got out in the 1980s, sold all their properties in the Rockies. It went through, I'm going to say, a dozen different owners before I wound up with it. I acquired it from Prairie Energy out of Houston.
It's been a while since I've looked at the well file, but on the Erlacher, I believe your name appears on a lot of the sundry notices that were filed probably 20 years ago. You said that you weren't involved, that P&M was the managing company, but were you employed by P&M?
No, never.
But I believe that when you submitted the paperwork, you signed it as a P&M P&M employee?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I mean, I was never in P&M. I did some of the sundry notices. P&M went bankrupt and had no one to do that. So I did sign the papers because there was no one else to do that. But I've never been a P&M employee.
And when did you acquire the minerals itself?
Over the last 20 years. The first minerals in Section 24, I acquired in 1999. And then after the 3D was done a number of years after that, we worked, and I would say within the last 5 years, I've acquired the rest of the minerals in Section 25.
Okay, and what is your intention on spacing this future well as? I mean, is it a horizontal that you
No,
plan to?
it's a vertical well.
A vertical or a directional?
It will be a slight directional, because of the surface location. There's a creek that runs, so you can't position the rig directly over where the top of the structure is. So it'll be a slight directional.
And are you applying for a 640 acre spacing unit, or what is your proposed spacing unit?
There's been a drilling unit on this location, so it's 160 acre is what we're asking.
Consisting of what?
80 acres in Section 24 and 80 acres in Section 25. And it's on the last exhibit.
And what is your target, the Red River?
Red River.
And in the past, was this sweet gas or was there associated sour gas with the Red River?
There's a little bit of sour gas that was flared when this was run in basically 2020 was the last year. So there was some gas that was flared and it was sour.
Do you know what the percent H2S was?
It was a small percentage. I can't give you the exact percentage. And I was told that the H2S was a result of bugs in the well, not from the formation itself. It was just over the bad casing and whatnot. It was a small percentage.
Is it your intent to flare gas associated with production?
I guess we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. We don't know about the gas. We do know that the structure will be about 15 feet up dip from the original well. And so the hope is that it'll be a lot of oil and not much water and not much gas. So
Okay.
we'll just have to see on the gas when we get there.
Okay, well, part of the evaluation that we do is going to include, how is the water, the gas, and the oil handled, and is it pipelined, is it trucked, is it utilized? All that has to be considered in the bonding itself, so is there a gas line nearby? I mean, what would be your options of utilizing the gas in a beneficial manner?
Well, the only thing that we thought about is we could, this did less than 100 MCF a day, maybe 50 MCF a day. And so there's been a little bit of discussion as to, could we generate electricity with that gas, burn that gas and generate electricity? The BTU content was high and good for generation. So that might be a possibility to do that. And that's all the discussion that we've had on it so far.
And it would be cost prohibitive to bring a gas line in and market it at a gas plant, is that correct?
It would, because I think we're at least 8 miles from a gas line.
How about the oil, will it be trucked out?
Yes.
And how about the water? How do you plan to dispose of that?
Well, again, we'll have to see. The saltwater disposal well was plugged and abandoned, and depending on the percent of water, we would plan to do a new saltwater disposal well at some point in time.
So you would truck the water until you possibly, if you decided to drill your own disposal well, you would truck it until that time?
That's correct.
And have you identified a disposal company that you were going to utilize?
Not so far.
Okay, you're going to have an engineer witness subsequent to
Yeah, he's here today.
Royce, yeah. Thank you.
Royce, how many field personnel or field staff does RTR have in North Dakota?
None.
So or is RTR planning to contract pumper work, hire staff? What's the plan?
We would do that at that point in time, yes.
Thank you.
Royce, you would do what, hire contract or,
Yes, a contract pumper.
and when you say you own the minerals, do you own the minerals themselves or do you have them under lease?
Under lease.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Royce, you said that you've leased the minerals. When you say you own them,
Lease.
I think you own them. I think they're your minerals, not leasehold.
I'm sorry, misspoke.
When do they expire?
In 25, they expire in 2028 in Section 25, and they start expiring in the end of next year in 2023 in Section 24.
And have you only leased within your proposed 160? Or have you leased outside of that?
There is some outside of that. I think we have the lower half of Section 24, the complete lower half, and the complete upper half of Section 25. And that's because I think part of it's state and you can't divide it. So we have all of those, we have all of that.
You also indicated you're going to use a contract pumper. Have you, who was your contract pumper before?
I would have to see, P&M handled that, so this well hasn't been pumped since 2001. So, it was P&M that was handling that.
You don't recall, or you never knew?
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you plan to use a contract pumping service, or do you plan to utilize the surface owner, or have you thought about it?
Not the surface owner. The surface owner is 82 years old, and so it won't be him. It'll be a contract pumper.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness, Mr. George.
Yep, Brian George with Consultant, Crescent Consulting.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do. Can you state your name for the record?
Brian George.
And are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed at?
Crescent Consulting,
And where is that out of?
Oklahoma City.
And can you go through your educational background and your work experience?
Yes, sir. I graduated in 1999 with a engineering technology degree from Southwestern Oklahoma State University, and I went to work for Baker Hughes until 2006, and then in early '07 I started with Sandridge Energy as a drilling engineer, and I was with them until 2010, where I went to work for Continental Resources as a drilling engineer, and spent the last 8 years with them, until 2019 as a drilling manager for North Dakota, and left there in 2019 and went to work as a consultant, drilling completion engineer.
And have you worked with RTR Energy in relation to this well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you prepare some of the information contained in the PowerPoint presentation that we provided to the commission staff?
Yes.
I'd offer Mr. George's testimony as an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Mr. George, why don't you just describe kind of what your role in this has been, and then we'll see if the commission staff has some questions for you as well.
Okay, so what I've done is taken information that Royce has solicited in the past. Of course, we've got some 3D seismic data that I've included in here, geological cross sections of the wells in the area in section 24 and 25, and also section 23. And then I've gotten started on putting an AFE. Well, I put an AFE together and got some cost data and ran some economics for Mr. Raditz to be able to put this well together and get it drilled. We started that some time ago. It may have been in 2020, I think, even. So we've been working on that and kind of waiting on the market to come around, of course, and it's starting to do so. We did begin, tried to begin the permit process, but this, as we got started on the new system, NDIC's new system, this was, it needed a bond number to continue on. So that's kind of been where we've been held up there for a few months now.
And I don't think I have anything else in particular for you. I'll just make you available to the commission staff for questions.
And did you want to offer the?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'd like to offer the PowerPoint presentation and the information contained in the slides.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brian, we'd like for you to go through the PowerPoint and
Okay.
kind of explain everything.
The first colorful slide there is basically just the 3D seismic view of the area in question. And the second page is probably a better one, and the first one may be a little bit redundant, but this shows the existing wells in the field, the Radetzky number 1 over on the far left. These wells were drilled on 2D seismic, so they didn't have this much information when, obviously in the 80s when they drilled these wells. So had the Radetzky 1 from left to right, the Erlacher 1, and then the Erlacher State Unit number 1 down in section 25. And then it shows just right there by the section line, you can see the proposed bottom hole location for the Erlacher number 2 that we would be proposing. The next slide is simply stated a geologic cross section that shows the zone in the Red River that RTR will be targeting. The following slide is a directional plan that we plan to submit with our permit. The well in particular, in section 24, the surface hole location is 234 feet from the south line, 1875 from west line. As mentioned by Royce earlier, the bottom hole is a little bit further to the east. It's 95 feet from south line and 2417 from west line. Total measured depth on the well is 10,463 feet with a TVD of 10,417 feet. The bottom hole location 69 feet south and 539 feet east of the surface hole location. When you asked about the being directional or vertical, I'd like to ask what's the dividing line that creates directional over vertical? Is there a certain inclination or that makes that
Well, the rules
distinction?
indicate, and
Okay.
hopefully you've read those. The rules indicate that if it's more than 5 degrees, it's considered
5
a
degrees.
directional well. But anytime you're drilling in a predetermined direction and you have a bottom hole assembly in the hole to do that, we are going to assume that it's a directional well.
The following slide is wellbore schematic. Does shows the tops there, and be setting 9 5/8 surface casing and 7-inch casing at TD, 7-inch 35-pound casing. And then the final slide just shows the area where the 160-acre drilling unit is located. And then it shows the Erlacher number 1 in there, and will be just to the southeast of that.
Are there any further questions from commission staff?
Brian, just wanted to run those numbers by you to make sure I wrote them down correctly. So the surface is 234 from the south line and 1875 from the west,
Yes, sir.
and then the bottom hole is 95 from the south and 2417 from the west.
Yes, sir.
And the proposed spacing is 160 acres. On your last exhibit, you're showing 640 acres. So what is the description of the spacing unit?
I don't have that in front of me right this moment. Royce, you may be able to help with that.
I'm thinking it's 160 acres because the drilling unit has been established at 160 acres.
So at 95 feet from the south line and 2417 from the west line at your bottom hole, did you have a hearing to establish a drilling unit?
Yes.
Do you know what that case was?
It was back 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I can't remember.
We've been attempting to pull up all the past orders in relation to it, but the website's been down.
I am
It's up
painfully aware.
now as far as the orders go, you can get in it, right? You could this morning.
Do we want to take like a 2 or 3 minute recess? I want to research this drilling unit.
Would that be all right?
Yep.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take a 3-minute break. Meet back here. Well, let's say we're at about 2:20.
12/7/55, Mark.
we are back on the record in case number 29348. I guess we can continue with some questions.
Well, it's been brought to our attention that there's an order number 13906, that established a 160-acre drilling unit consisting of the southwest southeast and southeast southwest of section 24, and then northwest northeast and northeast northwest of section 25 as a 160-acre drilling unit in the Red River Pool. So I assume that's the drilling unit you want to drill this well on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Were there any further questions from commission staff?
Yeah, real quick. Some of the exhibits in the packet are nearly impossible to read with any detail. Could you provide digital versions of this that would allow us to see it clearly and zoom in? Because scanning this is going to be next to useless in the well file, in the case file. Thank you. Oh, I guess just to confirm, I think I can make it out everything on the cross section here, but the intent is to target the Red River C. C and D. So the purple interval here on the cross section is in the Red River C target.
Yes.
Okay, and then where would the target in the D be? When you supplement it, please put that on there.
Okay.
It's good enough.
Brian, will this surface location be on the same pad as the original Erlacher 1 well?
No, sir.
Are you aware that the commission had to step in and use some of our monies from the OPSER fund to go in and restore and reclaim the site of the Erlacher 1 well?
Yes, sir.
And does RTR have any ownership in that according to RTR?
No.
Okay, so as far as any liability or reimbursement, you're offering none, is that right?
I think I can, if you want.
You go ahead.
Yeah, it's our position, obviously, that P&M is the entity that was responsible for that and should have been, but we understand that the commission and the state spent expenditures for that. It's our, and I haven't seen any numbers. We've heard through various conversations that it cost $82,000 to reclaim. And in relation to the reclamation, we believe there was a $50,000 bond seized, which would cover 50 of that. And we are in a position and willing to provide the reimbursement for that other $32,000 for the reclamation costs.
And how do you propose to handle that transfer? Would it be an agreement, an administrative agreement that we would sign, or how would you propose that?
Well, originally I was going to wait until we got some direction from staff as far as how they wanted to handle that. I assume the commission's attorney and I could work through those details to find the best way to facilitate that transaction.
And would you propose to finalize that agreement and transfer prior to getting a permit to drill?
Yeah, we'd like to see it go very quickly in that process and handle both the, and hopefully also have that bond set at 50, and that was part of our consideration and being able to assist with the financial support for the reclamation expenditures. But we would think that we could address that relatively quickly.
In the past, the commission has been I'll say, stuck with some properties that have been in remote areas or possibly in remote formations that typically didn't produce in the area. And we've been very cautious on bonding, requiring in many cases a full amount in the amount of plugging and reclamation before we would allow wells to continue to be drilled in that area or that zone that we had difficulty with. I anticipate that the commission may decide in this case to increase the bond from a single well $50,000 bond to some higher amount. Does RTR have any estimate on what it would cost to plug a well?
I'll let Mr. Raditz address that. I can tell you this, that our position, in relation to that is, if you look at the Radetsky well, that was on here, RTR was an operator there and was responsible for that reclamation. And that reclamation had to be done by December 31st. We brought in, or RTR brought in all of the necessary vendors to complete that on time at a significant expense. And so, and I think that goes for indicating that RTR, when it's been its responsibility in this area, has done all of the reclamation that is required of it. And so we don't anticipate a bond ever being necessary because we anticipate RTR meeting its obligations as it has in the past in relation to that.
When did RTR take over the Radetsky well?
10 years ago?
The well wasn't producing. Was there any water going to it?
No, not at that point in time.
Did RTR ever use the well?
No.
So why did they take it over?
It was part of the plan to use that and to keep it open for this re-drill and development of the well. So we wanted, the hope was to keep it open and to drill a new well and then use that as a disposal well.
Who did they purchase it from?
Prairie Energy.
I would note that Cody Vanderbush sent a letter dated April 4th, 2019 to my client in relation to that well, indicating that they had the obligation to reclaim that well, and we completed it that year. And there was a follow-up letter from Mr. Vanderbush as well, recognizing that that was done.
Did you research on how long the well was abandoned and in violation of our regulations?
I had not at that stage, no.
Because that well, from whenever it quit producing in the Erlacher, I believe that was the only water that went to the Radetsky, and the Radetsky sat there probably over 20 years in violation of our rules as abandoned. So when RTR purchased it 10 years ago, it would have remained in that abandoned state and in violation of our regulations. And I believe what happened is Mr. Vanderbush wrote a letter, and it was like a drop dead date. You shall do it by that date or face other consequences. So just because that date was given in a letter doesn't mean that was the proper date to get it done.
And I'm not arguing or disputing that. I'm indicating that once we received notification that that needed to be done by that date, we did everything to reach that date and accomplish that goal.
Okay. Well, I can personally tell you that we tried many, many years to get that well plugged. It wasn't a short term in 2019 that it was initiated. So I never got an answer to my question of what it would cost to plug a well. Certainly
$100,000, I believe.
$100,000. What did it cost for the Radetsky when you plugged that well?
About $100,000.
Okay, and the $100,000 was for plugging a disposal well, which is half the vertical distance of the Red River. Would you estimate that it would cost more to plug a Red River well?
I don't know that it would be more, I can't say it was more or less. That well was a Minnelusa disposal well, which was 6,500 feet or so, about half like you say. There were some issues there with pipe that ran it up, and there were issues with weather. It happened in December, so it was. I don't know, I think a ballpark number would be $100,000. I don't know if it's 75 or 125 or 100, you know, it's a ballpark number is what I can offer.
Okay, and you also went in and reclaimed that site, correct?
We did do that.
Do you recall what that cost?
At least another, I'd say $100,000.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from commission staff?
If I
Seeing
can
none?
just add-
I should ask one last question. When do you anticipate, or when will you be ready to drill if this was approved?
Within a year.
When you say within a year, are you talking about during 2022 or 12 months from now?
12 months from now.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
If I can just, Mr. Raditz, have you discussed this with the surface owner as well?
We have met with him yesterday and met with him, you know, over the years, numerous times.
And he's supportive of your efforts here?
Absolutely, 100%.
And do you see a benefit to both Hettinger County and the state if you can go ahead with and drill this well?
Absolutely.
Is there also a finite amount of oil that you're gonna be able to get out of here?
This is not a Bakken well, it's a marginal well, it's already cumed close to 250,000 barrels, so we would anticipate another 3 to 350 with the re-drill. So, it's, you know, economics are key to making this go.
And increased bond costs and paying the state to part of the reclamation weigh into that calculation?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
All right.
I would ask for a supplement to be submitted outlining, one, when you obtain the leasehold and what leasehold it was and when it expires, Royce. And then the other is, we would like to get economic analysis on payout, you know, estimated ultimate recovery, what you're using for the price of oil, and any other lease operating costs and so forth, so you can get an estimate of payout.
We already have that, so we should be able to get that to you very quickly.
Okay. Anything else you need?
Just the supplement on
Okay, thank you.
So, as we just mentioned, we have a few supplements that have been requested. What kind of time frame do you need to keep for that?
June 1.
What was that?
June 1?
June 1? Okay, 1 week. The record will be left open until June 1st for supplemental exhibits. And anything further on this matter, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29348. Moving on, case number 29289, application of Foundation Energy Management LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the bicentennial Bakken pool to authorize the recompletion and production of 1 vertical well and 2 horizontal wells in a 640-acre spacing unit consisting of the Section 28, Township 144 North, Range 103 West, Golden Valley County, ND, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to June. Case number 29073, application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Hart, Butte, Bakken Pool, Dunn, and McLean Counties, ND, to create and establish the following: 2 overlapping 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 22, 23, and 24, and 25, 26, and 27, all in Township 149 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of up to 5 horizontal wells in each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit, and an overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, all in Township 149 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of 1 horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed 3840-acre spacing unit, and or for such other relief, further relief as appropriate. This case is dismissed. Case number 29290, application of Gary Hagan for an order to determine the actual cost and proper payout statement, interests due on working interest payments made more than 150 days after sales, enforcement of cost-free royalty statute, and other forced pooling issues related to unreduced mineral interests in various wells operated by Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. in a spacing unit described as sections 1 and 12, Township 153 North, Range 98 West, sections 6 and 7, Township 153 North, Range 97 West, Banksfield, McKenzie County, ND, pursuant to NDCC 380808 and NDCC 471639.1, and request for a hearing pursuant to NDSC 43020388. This case is continued indefinitely. And that will conclude the hearing for today.